Hey guys, it's PokeDude here with Misaki, and welcome back to Fate Hollow Ataraxia. I did the some more of the Hanafuda game off stream, and I managed to beat Shiro. So we're gonna start from after that. Pure luck, by the way. I didn't do anything different. Also, I accidentally used a command spell to skip Shinji, but I don't think we're gonna win on this round anyway. So whatever.
We'll stop here for now. Looking forward to next time.
Total 1-0. Saberchan and Shiro defeated.
Blarg.
And that was a surprise. Taiga really did win. No, what's more surprising?
Why would such a rule in the Holy Grail War? What do you mean, why? Because it's fun that way. You don't get it, Saberchan, do you? I'm the type that only cares about having fun. Nothing else matters. Yo. Now that you say it, indeed. You are a fearsome one, Fujimura Taiga. Tremble.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing, Taiga. That was a reality marble, wasn't it? Wait, what? Why didn't you tell me you had such an amazing technique?
Reality marble? What's that?
Why, it's advanced
Thaumaturgy.
thaumaturgy, a materialization of the caster's inner world that temporarily distorts the laws of the universe. You used one just now to change the battle into a Hanafuda match.
Oh, so she's the one who did that. So that's what it's called, huh? I always do it on New Year's too. It's pretty simple once you get used to it, you know?
Really? Awesome! I want one too, and I want to make my own mystic reality. And then I'd like to drag Shiro into this erotic world.
Wah! Wah!
Bonk. Ouch! What do you think you're doing raising a hand against your master?
Educational guidance has nothing to do with the master-servant relationship. Listen, Ilya-chan, you may get away with things by being a loli Buruma, but don't get too carried away, or someone will get smacked, okay?
Ooh, makes me not want to ask who the target is. Feh, fine. I'll let it go for now, but more importantly, is the part about a reality marble being easy to use really true?
I suppose. I just kept on swinging the Sheena every day, and became able to do it somehow. Yeah. But if you really have to know, I could think about it. Become my apprentice and I'll teach it to you, okay?
Yeah. Are you joking? Ooh, it's really tempting, but I prefer not to sell out my own pride like that. I'll consider it.
Feh. And here I thought I might actually get a pupil worth training. Well, if you do change your mind, come bow to me anytime. More importantly, Ilya-chan, who's our next opponent? We finally bestowed Heaven's wrath upon Shiro.
I want to guess
Well, it's a
Rin.
student. Okay. There is no need to look, Fujimura-sensei. If an enemy is what you desire, I shall present myself as one.
What? This hidden yet overflowing dark pressure? You are...
Oh, it's Sakura.
Mato! And of course it's that Sakura.
It was a wonderful fight. Splendid job, Fujimura-sensei, Ilya-chan.
Sakura!
To think that you would end up defeating Saber, you are certainly not ones to be taken lightly. Finding a way to pull that nuisance away from Senpai used to be my biggest problem. Thanks to you two, I ended up winning in the end too.
Eek! Sakura-chan's Sakura-chan's black. Totally black. Hold on, I didn't ask for the last boss on the second round.
We've had. The Yami residence is also Sakura's field, isn't it? Jeez, this is why you can't trust Kotomine.
Well, what should we do, Elia-chan? Sakura-chan is onto us like a predator. Ooh, so the rumors of depression piling up and exploding once a year, turning her into a monster, they were all true. Poor Shiro. Black Belly Jr. with an empty belly foreigner, then a malicious idol with a wicked loli. Is the older but beautiful teacher the only decent heroine?
Oh my, you sure have the nerve to talk, Fujimura-sensei. Knowing how much you're scared of ghosts, I thought you'd given up soon enough like this. Could it be that you still want to fight?
Nope, ghosts are terrible. Or rather, the ones without consciousness are. Stuff like zombies and what's not. Isn't that scary? But you're using that strange black stuff, Sakura-chan. That's just disgusting, so it's not good. So it's no good.
I see. Disgusting, am I? Fujimura-sensei, the mouth is the source of all disasters. Do you happen to know the saying?
Eek! Help me, Elia-chan!
Shh! Sorry, Taiga, I can't protect you. I'm not very good at dealing with Sakura either. No, a natural enemy even. She won't receive any damage from it, but I'll get dirty just by being touched by her. So that's how it is. You displayed such excellent skill at dealing with Saber-san, but you can't just keep on using that technique, can you? Elia-chan won't win against me, and even if she tries, the outcome is obvious. Yes, in but one gulp, beaten to a pulp.
Ooh, how evil. She kind of looks possessed by something really bad. What do you think, Ryder-san? Definitely possessed. Since it doesn't suit her, I urge her to stop. Yet she gleefully declared this to be the last chance.
Shh, shh. Ryder, that was supposed to be a secret. I'm taking part in the Holy Grail War of my own will. No matter who the opponent master is, I will not hold back.
Oh ho, so she is possessed after all. You're after our star, right? Won't you tell us what your wish is before killing us at least?
My wish is clear. To destroy the image created by the original story. Using the power of the Holy Grail, remake the Sakura Violent Moe pure love scenario, this time for sure. Yeah?
Ouch, her strikes are sure effective for being just a shadow.
Taiga, why? You aren't good at dealing with Dark Sakura either, are you?
That's true. But it's not a matter of life or death either. We're still friends until we get our hands on the Holy Grail. Aren't we?
Taiga!
Sakura, your plan has backfired. It is a sure way to solidify the villain's image.
I know that. I shall not let my stock drop any farther. I could just swallow the whole mansion. Right? Well, that's a reality marvel. No way. The cursed boundary layer has been dissolved? Another reality marble. Don't do it, Taiga. If you keep this up, your body won't take it.
Why? Sakura-chan said the same thing, but it's not really that big of a deal, you know? If anything, it's matching everyone's acting style that's the biggest pain. What a load of crock. Sakura, we have to prepare for battle. It appears there is no choice but to face them head on.
Yes. Here we go, Ryder.
That's the spirit. Okay, Ilya-chan, let's show them what we're made of.
I don't know why they even bother having us pick a card here, since it's completely random.
I like how she just casually makes reality marbles.
Yeah. Alright. Well, we're off to a bad start already. Oh,
It's not bad.
yeah. All right. So, game. Gotta reset this one. Take this. Yeah, let's koi koi. Wait,
He's taking back that one. Yep.
yeah. Nope.
Noah Phantasm time?
Yeah.
Okay, so then the colorful flowers.
Ooh. Well, guess we screwed that up. Should have just called game earlier.
どうかしたのですか？バビロニアの神を感謝します。やった、ラッキーです。こっちのものね。さすがに手が早い。花見酒。
Alright, let's just do game this time. We are winning, just by dumb luck.
すみません、さくら。バビロニアの神を感謝します。
Take that.
いただけるのでしたら。
Got that. Nice.
ついてません。
Oops. Let's try Noble Phantasm.
師匠、やっちゃってください。さくら、気をつけてください。
Okay, yeah, that's nice. Then you can just take, if you want, the regular flower or the ribbon. And then the moon will drop.
Yeah. Nice. Right.
6 is a lot of points. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good one.
程度じゃ終わらせないから。
一筋縄ではいかないようですね。
Right.
殺すわ。
望む札があれば良いのですが。
Alright, we're 1 point away from winning, so it doesn't matter if we have the rain man. Wait, what? Oh.
愛が足りないぜ。
ブルマ、カス、行
Okay, there's the
Yeah,
1 point
yeah,
needed.
Nice.
きまーす。
Chocolate trouble.
Game. Hanafuda is such a merry game, it's great. Nope, no mercy for children nor woman. It was 2 weeks too early for you to challenge me in Hanafuda, Sakura-chan.
You'd still lose even if you trained for 2 weeks. Well, the way things are going, I do feel sorry for the now normal Sakura. I guess it was just a trick of my imagination after all. I let myself get deceived and she looked awesome for just a moment. Ouch, I give up, you win. Sorry for getting carried away.
Okay, it's good that you are reflecting on your actions. Learn from it and please try to keep the dark transformations down to around 1 in 4 years. It's kind of scary.
Yes, I will be careful from now on. I guess not making dinner and being left alone for 3 days in a row is no excuse for it after all.
That's how it is. So you just transform that easily. By the way, any idea when's the next time you're gonna be that high?
I think I may transform upon seeing the latest popularity contest results. With a very high probability.
I don't remember what the results were. We have that one image in the gallery of it.
Should I lose to Ryder in the next one? I can't even tell what I'm going to do to myself.
Your teacher likes you, Sakura, okay? Totally attached to you to the point of no return. However, announcing genocide plans for the whole humanity with a wide grin is something I can't approve of.
Nodding. I'll be doing nothing of the sort. There will be a few more weird bad ends in the original story, that's all. Alright, since we lost, we'll just quietly go home. Here, Ilya-san, the star is now yours. Ah, the second one. No, our own included. It's now the third. Right? Too bad that we lost, but I can still cheer for you, Ilya-san. Gather them all and make a new route, alright? You don't even need to tell me. But is it really alright, Sakura? He'll definitely be the last boss in that one, you know? I'm prepared. Although I may require you to return the favor by becoming the sacrifice, Ilya-san. Heh, well, whatever. I shall accept your offer. Should our desires come true, let us meet in the original story next time. Okay then, take care, you two.
Off they go. Well then, should we rest for a bit? 2 battles in a row is rather tiring after all.
Indeed. How about we go to your house, Taiga? Wait, we're actually going there?
Ooh, maybe.
I'm starving. We can take it easy for the rest of today and prepare for the next battle. Who's there?
The only thing I can think of is Rin, but I don't know.
Hoo hoo. Good job, Ilya. He did well in taking down not just Shiro, but even Sakura. However, your blitzkrieg ends right here.
But yep.
What? That stupid silhouette striking a pose on the top of the fence like a certain Goldie. Could it be?
Indeed, the strongest combo in both name and reality. Tosaka-rin and her servant Archer have arrived. Come, it is time to start the real show. I'll make sure you say the last rates for you. I'll make sure to say the last rates for you. The strongest combo in both name and... Oh, same thing?
Yeah, I guess so. I guess that was like a scene transition, like...
Come, it is time to start the real show. Wait. What the hell are you doing, Archer? We practice this. Come on, the trademark pose.
Right. A star in heaven, a purgatory on earth. Gallantly reforming delinquent neighborhoods, the red cyclone. Answering someone's call, Fuyuki's guardian deity has now... arrived?
Weak. You lack spirit. Like this, your right hand as if piercing the heavens. Your glance as if piercing right through the enemy. And since you're in a high spot already, think about the effect of looking down on them too. Your eyes a little low, the chin aimed at the base of the neck is best.
Sorry, Master. As far as my character goes, I'm doing my best.
Duh. Alright, just do it like that gilded guy, self-importantly. And so... do-over. Oh gosh, it's nighttime already. A red flash that cuts through the dark night. Legendary guardians of the stormy Fuyuki coming to collect on the depths of your heart, the allies of money. The ones people call the wandering misers. Ku, Rin, Mix Remix. Well, that's an entrance. Hey. Say something, you two.
Oh no, my mind went blank all of a sudden. Watch out, Ilya-chan. Tosaka-san is kind of weird today. Could even be a totally different person. We're no match for her, even when she's sober.
I thought you could put up a good fight too, Taiga. Well, it's true that Rin is somehow... Oh, I guess it's that. Unharakiri-istically hyper.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
What, you didn't get enough screen time in the original story, so you came here to attempt a remake?
Ilya-chan, that's uncharacteristically... Well, you're not that far off. Tosaka-san, it's no good to rush things just because you got pushed back as a heroine.
That's not it. We came here simply to beat you up as master and servant. It's not like I'm thinking of using the Grail's power to screw up the London scenes or anything.
Oh dear. Tosaka-san sure is selfless. I'm moved.
No way. That wouldn't be Rin if her desires could fit within the whole of Fuyuki. Right, Archer?
Oh no, no harm done if she keeps those to herself. Well, even if she does, slipping up right at the very end is her trait. There's no way she would be able to thrust Fuyuki into chaos.
Aha! That's Archer for you. You sure know Rin well. You there. Don't let the enemy talk you down. Heh, the chit-chat stops right here. I now have a good idea of your ability. You brought a weird siren along, but when it comes to reality marbles, winning against my Archer is unthinkable.
Now that she mentions it somehow, the affection. Feels like I've seen him before. Who could it be? Have I met that dark-skinned guy before?
Alright, seeing as you can't remember, would then be unacquainted. Must be just a chance resemblance. Don't worry, just come at me.
Huh. Archer's nice to Taiga after all. I know. After running away from Castor and Reen's route, he asks, is she safe? Just, who's this she, I wonder?
Who knows? I'll leave it to your imagination.
I told you, don't talk to them. Saber and Sakura dropped out, Emiya-kun's on the ground over there. And you're the only one left, Ilya. I shall demonstrate to you who's the strongest of the Emiya residents here and now.
That's the way. Wait, what about me? Why don't I count for a rival heroine, Tosaka-san?
任せなさ
Alright.
い。
相手になろう。
Try to avoid using the Raid Man. I think that might backfire in the end, though. Or not. Yeah, screw it.
失敗失敗。これも実力よ。
Oh.
滑るなめんな。
良くない流れだな。
Oh.
よーし、行くよ。
ほう、少しは楽しめそうだな。
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, we got... Wait, what? Oh,
Get to choose.
次は逃がさん。
タン、
Alright, I think we need to declare a game here just to get this reset.
行きま
まだまだ。
ーす。この程度じゃ終わらせないから。
さもありなんといったところか。
Oh, that's a lot of options.
「はい、いただきね。勝手に持っていかないでよね。
お、ついてるな。
あれ、取れないか。持ってっちゃ
Okay, moon time.
Yeah.
や。月見酒。
Let's keep this going.
行きま
まだまだ。
ーす。よし、楽勝。へえ、やるじゃないタイガ。
そう来なくてはな。
こっちのものね。
こうでなくては。
Though since we're in Taiga's reality marble, doesn't mean hers is better than Emiya's.
I guess so. Guess we gotta... Yeah. Oh,
花札とはこういうものだ。
6 points.
めでめで。はい、おしまい。これ以上は無駄よ。ここからは本気よ。もらうわよ。
行くぞ。
気合でどうにかする
What the heck?
What?
Oh my god.
花札とは
That
こ
was
ういうも
horrible,
のだ。
no phantasm.
めでめで。 はいいけど宝石が
後先を考えないからだ。
この道場を渡すわけには。タイガが情けないからこうなるのよ。私ってばついてるじゃん。で失敗失敗。はい、いただきね。
Alright.
1枚追加。ちょうどいいハンデだわ。
Shoot.
あまり待たせるんじゃないの。師匠、やっちゃってください。
やれやれ、誤算だったな。
Wait. Damn it.
いい流れかな。
カス。
Alright, we have to do something here, so...
いきま
まだまだ。
ーす。弟子1号、このまま勝つわよ。
Again, though, if we lose, though, we're just gonna give up on this for now and try it some other time.
このままじゃ済まさないわ。
Take that.
This
良くない流れだな。風向きが悪くなったかな。
もらえるならもらっておくわ。
Oh,
これ
boy.
ぐらいが
Oh,
止めどき
it's
止め
over.
どき
Yep.
と。
Well, now we'll see their victory thing. So it is a Kurin mix remix.
Yeah. Great game. Just how my master should be. Is what I almost want to say. Good grief, your endgame is as weak as ever. Alright, back to the main game. I forgot last time I wanted to see what this Eclipse thing was. Oh. I guess these are side stories that don't quite fit into the timeline or something?
Interesting. So we got one.
Remember the Love Detective, Act 1. Oh, so that's what that Love Detective thing was.
As the saying goes, love will consume you. If you're going to fall in love regardless, fall in love so deeply that it hurts. Love is not realized through ordinary hardships, romantic and melancholic. I might even feel admiration for it. That for me, Himuro Kane is a faraway tale.
I just want to say now, I think this is like those side stories in Kugetsu Toya, so this is probably going to be long.
I am a flesh and blood human, therefore I long for love. However, I cannot help but to shake my head in frustration at the notion of binding myself to a love so strong that it is painful. Although that is not to say that I have no interest in it. Rather, I have an unusual level of interest in other people's romances. Who is dating who is broken up? I carefully listen to those kinds of topics around me without outwardly displaying my interest. And I jot them down into a notebook within my mind. Then I then go and verify them alone in order to satisfy myself. However, my name alone is never written amongst these incidents. Why do I display so much interest in love? Someday, I'll tell you the reason. Will I ever be capable of love?
That is a tale of tomorrow that no one can foretell. As the saying goes, there are no teachers in love. However, I digress. Let us return to the topic at hand.
Osaka-san, if you don't mind, would you like to eat lunch together?
My friend Saegusa Yukika is laying siege to our classmate Tosaka-rin. A lunchbox for 2 people is in her hands. No doubt it was made for this purpose.
I'm sorry, Saegusa-san. I would like to join you, but unfortunately, I have a previous engagement today. I would be happy to join you if you ask some other time. Yes, I will. Also, if it's alright with you, would you please accept this?
She holds out the wrapped lunchbox. Miss Osaka receives it with a smile.
I appreciate the thought alone, but since you put so much effort into it, I'll accept it gratefully. Saegusa-san, I'll return the box later. Yes, it might be a bit too plain for your taste.
Wow, that's so nice of My other friend Makidera wears a dubious expression beside her. Perhaps she is amazed at Yukika's useless efforts as she suffers honorable defeat for the upteenth time, or perhaps she is dissatisfied by Miss Tosaka's slightly hypocritical attitude.
No, not at all. Since you've given it to me, I'll gladly eat it. Phew. In that case, if you tell me what foods you like, I'll do my best to make them next time.
Makinoji, do you know what her favorite food is?
Oh, do you want me to take over for her since I think this is just gonna be all girls?
Okay.
Okay. I get the feeling she
I
does.
get the feel-
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, wait. I get the feeling she doesn't have any preferences. But when we went to Tagliatelle and Shinto recently, she seemed to use a lot more Tabasco sauce.
So she prefers spicy food?
We whisper amongst each other. There is no need to feel guilty if Miss Tosaka discovers us talking like this, but it's not a subject to speak about out loud either.
Wait. I don't know who said that, but Tosaka might have
Yeah, her.
might have some unexpected tastes.
Whereas you can't handle spicy food at all, I cannot forget your outrageous actions the other day, as much as I would like to. She's back. Miss Osaka leaves the classroom and Yukika returns to us. She took 2 steps forward and 1 step back. I suppose that is the best description of what happened. However, her expression is soft and a smile hangs on her face.
I think that was that one right.
What a waste, Yukichi. You should have pushed her just a little bit more if you told her, I need you this lunchbox, so eat it. Then even Tosaka would skip out on a previous engagement. But it would be wrong to bother Tosaka-san like that.
No, Yukika. It would not be a problem even if you acted a bit more heavy-handed. Well, then again, if it is Miss Tosaka we're talking about. She's not an opponent you can beat in just a day. You should try talking to her again after she returns your lunchbox. Though she was a little depressed just now, Yukika still smiles. Yukika is too kind. I always feel like I want to watch over her from behind.
Hey, Chief Strategist, are you suggesting a war of attrition as well?
I am not your strategist, nor are you our commander, Maki. Well then, it looks like the 3 of us will unexpectedly be having lunch together. On the other hand, this is how Makidera is. Usually someone like her gets on my nerves, but after knowing her for 3 years, I've already gotten used to her. Rather, the way she acts courteously in a long-sleeve kimono at her traditional house makes me feel so uncomfortable that I cannot bear it. It's true that it suits her, but I still cannot help but think that Makidera has to be like this.
Tosaka hadn't taken Yuichi's lunchbox. We could have eaten some of it too.
Is that why you ate some of yours before lunchtime? Makidera's laid out lunchbox is only half full. She must have eaten half before lunchtime. That is the only explanation. She may be part of the track and field club, but isn't this still a bit of a problem for a female high school student?
I'll share some with you, Maki-chan.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I appreciate it. Sorry for always troubling you, Yukichi. I'll treat you at the Tokyo-style restaurant later.
This is the scene of a peaceful lunch. I begin eating my own sandwich, lettuce and tomato. The flavor of the whole green mustard is strong. While eating her lunch, which was supplemented by some of Yukika's, Makidera whispers,
But really, Tosaka's socializing skills are getting worse, aren't they?
a casual comment. Yukika and I look up from our lunches. Is that so, Maki-chan?
I guess. I used to go shopping with her sometimes, but lately, it's like she's always got something to do and keeps saying no thanks. Like what happened to Yukichi just now.
I see. So Tosaka-san wasn't avoiding me in particular. Thank goodness, says Yukika while nodding. I feel like asking just what kind of rude and arrogant person could purposely keep their distance from such a kind-hearted girl like this. Do you think that she... Makidera and I turn towards Yukika. Having deliberately become the focus of attention, Yukika's voice drops to a whisper. Could it be that she's going out with someone? Oh, you didn't know, Yukika? Miss Tosaka is already in a relationship with Emi Ishiro from class 3C. I thought everyone knew about this already, or is it just me? Obviously, Makidera knows this as well, or rather, she cannot ignore this matter simply because she's Makidera. Eh? That Emiya-kun?
That's right, that Emiya Shiro. Unbelievable, right? Emiya, the student council president's right-hand man. The fake school janitor. The guy in charge of repairs. The archery club's vacuum cleaner. The variety of Humurahara. That's the Emiya we're talking about.
He's everyone's maid, huh? You've only listed off his bad nicknames, Makinoji. Incidentally, Yukika, Brownie refers to this type of Irish fairy.
No one asked you to explain.
Is that where brownie points came from?
And I don't know the whole etymology of that, but yes, Brownie does originally refer to fairies.
Huh, I always thought it was the food, but people are like,
Yeah.
yay, earn me extra brownie points. Like, okay, delicious.
I'm actually surprised that term never came up during Lost Belt 6.
She's snapping at me, but usually when people hear the term brownie, what they think of is... Oh, so it's a fairy. Speaking of brownies, Emiya-kun is like a chocolate chip cake, isn't he?
It is said that these fairies stay at home and do the house chores when the owner is out. I see, it does describe Emi's character quite well, and I think Makinoji looks more like a chocolate cake than he does.
That's what I mean. That Emiya going out with Tosaka, such bad taste. There are plenty of better guys around, right? I mean, he doesn't fit her image as an Iron Lady at all.
Makidera starts acting quite strange as she flies into a fury. Ever since this matter became publicly known around April, she becomes beside herself with rage whenever this is mentioned. She herself says that it is because of her reputation has been adversely affected as one of the few friends of the school idol, the unattainable prize Tosaka Rin. Calm down, you cannot overturn this event if you use the Shaolin Wooden Men Fist.
No way, I can't take it anymore, Himuro. How can you be so calm?
Because it's already public. Because they have not done anything conspicuous.
Ah, so that was it. Tosaka-san and Emiya-kun, huh? I wonder if they're a good match?
No matter how you look at them, I think they are as similar as night and day. Though I won't go as far as to say that it is like dipping a peony blossom in horse dung. Since Emiya is going out with none other than Miss Tosaka, it cannot be helped that people would make such an evaluation. Makidera rages about beside me for a while, but she'll still get tired and quiet down before long. In the meantime, Yukiko and I nibble on our lunches. The people around us watch the usual case of Makidera's eccentricities in a lukewarm manner. Exhausted, Makidera sinks down in her chair.
Jeez, it's such a waste. Tosaka's got such bad taste. That reminds me, Mitsuzuri's been acting weird since then, too.
Mitsuzuri, as in Mitsuzuri Ayako, the former archery club president? I'm curious about what Makinoji means by weird.
Mitsuzuri-san?
Ah, Yukichi, you might not know about it. Himuro, what about you?
Sorry, but I do not. There seem to be some groundless rumors floating around for a while, but there is no way that Mitsuzuri Ayako, an honor student that rivals Tosaka, would act so reckless and indecent. This occurred around February, when Mitsuzuri Ayako was sent into protective custody and hospitalized in Shinto. At that time, many spiteful rumors circulated, saying that she regularly visited dodgy places or that she was involved in drug abuse. However, afterwards...
Yeah, the school was also a mess after that incident back then.
Yukika mutters bitterly. Around the same time as that, the chemical incident happened at Homurahara Academy, and quite a few students lost consciousness and had to be hospitalized. The rumors about Mitsuzuri Ayako immediately vanished in the wake of that great incident. That incident was also very peculiar because some parts of its story did not match up. But that is a topic for another time.
Just as a reminder for anyone who forgot, that's when Ryder activated Blood for Andromeda.
Yep.
Back then was really a pain in lots of ways. We visited the upperclassmen at the hospital, and club activities were completely suspended.
Looks like I brought up a bad memory. Brushing away the breadcrumbs on my hands, I bow my head towards the two of them. Sorry, I seem to have brought up a topic unsuitable for our pleasant mealtime together.
No, it's not your fault. Anyway, about Mitsuzuri.
Promptly pulling herself together, Makidera returns to eating her lunch.
She's really acting strange. I think she's dating someone. Yeah, she must be. Well, it's just my intuition.
I'm surprised. My eyebrows lift unintentionally. I remain exceedingly calm on the outside, but inside, my curiosity raises its ugly head. Mitsuzuri Ayako is dating someone. This is a rumor that cannot be ignored after all.
Yeah, that's right. It's her last year at high school after all. Maybe she just wants to be in a relationship?
I don't think that's the reason. It's the same for the first and second year students. Ah, Himuro, you know anything about Mitsuzuri?
No, this is the first I've heard of it. In any case, there is no information on the likes of Mitsuzuri Ayako's male relations in my intelligence network. It had been completely concealed from my eyes. And the fact that Makidera noticed something I did not irritates me. Yet without realizing it, the corners of my mouth twist into a smile. But Miss Mitsuzuri is dating someone, huh? Did it happen recently?
Nope, it was quite a while ago, around April, I think. Mitsuzuri definitely started acting weird back then, don't you remember? Narration.
It's harsh to ask me to recall what happened to Mitsuzuri Ayako so long ago, especially when I was not even particularly concerned with her back then. So Makidera grasped something back then with her animal instincts and checked it out at some point. Is that what happened? No, my observation and discipline were also insufficient.
Yeah, Mitsuzuri-san...
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Okay.
Oh yeah, the other one was her. Yeah, Mitsuzuri-san was really frantic back then.
Oh, one floor cushion for Yukichi. Very good. So, Himuro-san, what will you do now that she's taken the lead from you?
Nothing. So you do know who the other person is? Naturally, I'm curious just about who this person could be. But contrary to my high expectations, Makidera merely showed me an idiotic expression.
Eh?
Not Makinoji, if Mitsuzuri Ayako started dating someone, isn't the next logical step to confirm who the person she's dating is? Are you that fishy?
Fishy. Don't speak to people like tuna sandwiches. Don't speak of people like tuna sandwiches.
Should I call her careless? Then, a careless person is truly a phase that exists for the purpose of describing Makidera. Know right now, the commentary of Makidera Kaede, who possesses animal instincts despite her fishy and careless nature, and excels at charging straight into things, is not needed. What's needed is...
Logic's magic. There's no way I'd know. It's Mitsuzuri we're talking about. She seems popular, and her guard is as tough as Tosaka's and Himuro's.
Are you saying that you see me and Miss Tosaka on equal footing? But still... Who is Mitsuzuri Ayako's boyfriend? I want to know who it is. My heart is racing so fast that I cannot relax at all. However, I am not the kind of person who acts rashly because of that kind of prodding.
Mitsuzuri-san's boyfriend.
You're really curious about who it is, huh, Himuro?
The stupid Black Panther, who only lives according to her instincts. Closing my lunchbox, I nod reluctantly. Yes, it is on my mind.
I see, so you can't figure out who Mitsuzuri's boyfriend is.
The Black Panther bares its fangs and grins. That might be saying too much. But mysteriously, I feel hopeful at Makidera's fearless smile. If our present interests are in alignment, we can unite her mobility and my discernment. All that remains is...
Maki-chan, you can't do that.
What do you mean I can't, Yukichi? This is Mitsuzuri Ayako, the famous honor student of Homurahara Academy that we're talking about. She could be forgiven for hiding the existence... as if she could be forgiven for hiding the existence of her boyfriend. Under the Constitution of Japan, we have a certified right to know.
No, there is no such article in the Constitution. Furthermore, that is an intrusion on an individual's privacy. If Yukiko wants to leave the matter alone, then I will not inquire into it any further. If Makidera and I are joined by Yukika's virtuous sensibilities, then we cannot
I'm sorry.
interfere half-heartedly. Yukika was fidgeting uneasily for a while like a prairie dog lost in its den, but then...
I also kind of want to see Mitsuzuri-san's boyfriend, I guess.
I see. Then it's decided.
Just wait here and prepare for your demise, Mitsuri Ayako. We'll dig up and expose your secret. Heaven's vengeance is slow but sure.
How rare. Makinoji actually used the idiom correctly.
Shut up.
At that moment, the school bell rings. For now, I suppose I will just have to be satisfied that the three of us have come to an agreement.
Crap, I got too into talking and didn't finish eating.
That truly is just like you.
So, then, about what we discussed during lunch.
After 6th period ends, the three of us gather together again. It's noisy around us, as people come and go on their way home or to club activities or prep school. We keep down our voices as we talk in the midst of the after-school commotion.
About Miss Mitsuzuri?
Yep. Who do you think her boyfriend is?
Naturally, we refrain from talking about this in loud voices. I stand up and propose that we talk while walking to the track and field club. Makidera answers with a "Roger," and Yukika nods.
Yukichi, you noticed signs of it first, right? Do you have any idea who it could be?
With nothing to lose by trying, Makidera asks Yukika. Yukika tilts her head in thought for a while, but then becomes dejected. So nothing after all.
No, I can't imagine who Mitsuzuri-san's boyfriend could be at all.
Yeah, that is hard. So, yeah, we're counting on your icy brain cells, Himuro-kun.
So she just asks me frankly when she doesn't know the answer herself, huh? And she says icy brain cells like I'm sharp. But doesn't it sound more like I'm asleep instead? It is difficult to say. I can only deduce that the identity of her boyfriend from among Miss Mitsuzuri's close associates based on probability.
Close association, probability. Hey, kind of phrase it more simply.
In other words, you mean you can make a rough guess as to whether there are any guys like that among Mitsuzuri-san's acquaintances, right, Kane-chan?
I'm grateful for Yukika's quick understanding.
I see. So, who's the likeliest?
Let's see.
A male that is connected to Mitsuzuri Ayako and has a possibility of ending up in a romantic relationship with her. I can probably eliminate any underclassmen, and the third years I graduated back in April can also be put aside. In that case, there is someone.
I was just thinking Shinji.
Oh no, never. Just one guy with the potential to end up in a relationship with her. The third-year playboy at Homurahara that frequently shows up in my notebook. It's Mato.
Are you serious?
Makidera's first words were those of shock. Yukika was apparently so stunned that she couldn't even speak. It should not have been such a strange answer to them, though. Why are you so surprised?
I mean, you're talking about Shinji, right? Not his younger sister, Mato Sakura, the year below.
Tokun, huh? It was quite impressive to see Yukiko show such great disdain on her face. I understand why she wore such an expression. After all, Mato Shinji was a very notorious person some time ago.
No, isn't it completely impossible, Himuro?
Miss Mizuzuri is the captain of the archery club, and Mato Shinji is the vice captain. The two of them are deeply connected.
Wrong voice, I think.
Oh.
Yeah.
The two of them are deeply connected. Besides, although Mato was certainly an intolerable guy back in our second year, I heard that he's become quite upright and decent these days. I'd only heard about it though, and I didn't feel inclined to check if it was actually true. I cannot forget the humiliation I suffered in the past when he told me.
You're stuffy, and your father is an important official in this town, so it's impossible for you to play with me, Himuro-san. So you think Mizuzuri and Shinji are together just because of that? Weren't there rumors that they fought a lot in the archery club?
Additionally, the events back in February deserve attention. Mato was definitely hospitalized at the same hospital as Miss Mitsuzuri back then. The two of them spent a considerable amount of time there before being discharged, so we can't deny the possibility that they had some kind of contact with each other at the hospital back then. I feel that I may be forcing the facts together a bit too much, but I've decided to continue with the hypothesis until the end. Misery makes strange bedfellows, or maybe not, but they embrace a sense of fellowship, and they stayed at the hospital together. And since they already had a connection through their club, it developed into love. It isn't an impossible scenario. Also, doesn't it seem all the more convincing, supposing that Miss Mitsuzuri is responsible for the change in Mato Shinji? Mitsuzuri Ayako would surely restrain Mato Shinji's behavior, even more if she were with them. Supposing that Mato Shinji's bad reputation as someone with a very rampant and irresponsible nature has lessened to a certain extent, it could be conjectured that it is due to a certain someone admonishing him.
Oh, I see. If you think of it like that, then it isn't impossible.
Mitsuzuri-san with Mato-kun. Yukiko still doesn't seem convinced yet, but that is understandable. Makidera seemed to believe it for a moment, but then frowns.
But you know, I thought Mato Shinji was only obsessed with Tosaka.
What are you saying? You should understand how Miss Tosaka is. There's no way she would have anything to do with someone of Mato Shinji's level. Besides, it was known around that time that Emiya had started going out with Miss Tosaka, so that might have acted as a catalyst for his change in mental state and made him change his target of affection. Could Makidera suddenly have gotten facial neuralgia? When the names of Emi and Tosaka are mentioned, the area around her cheeks stiffen. As someone who likes to act aloof and superior with Miss Tosaka, she probably considers Emiya her arch nemesis. Mitsuzuri Ayako and Mato Shinji, huh? Indeed, these two. This couple does not make a nice picture.
Himuro's sense of aesthetics finally comes out. You always get it annoying when you start saying things like that.
But I really think this kind of thing is important. Even if Makidera doesn't understand, it's fine as long as Yukiko does. After clearing my throat, I continue the conversation. Anyway, that is the outline of my Mitsuzuri-Mato couple theory. The problem, however, is how to obtain proof to corroborate this possibility.
can't capture Mitsuzuri and ask her directly.
Do you want to give it a try, Makinoji? I respond coldly to Makidera's overly direct approach. Although I didn't say those words to try and pick a fight, Makidera lets out a grandiose "Geh" to show how much she doesn't want to.
Don't joke about that. If I try asking a martial artist Mitsuzuri about something like that, the punchline will be me getting pulverized. I know, if Yukichi does it, maybe even Mitsuzuri won't bite.
Me?
Yukiko would probably be a better choice to do this instead of Makidera. However, it would be unfair to suddenly make her do such a thing. We won't find out anything by asking Mitsuzuri herself. What we want is proof that can act as corroborating evidence. Also, in matters concerning love, you cannot trust the comments of the people involved most of all.
Himuro-sama is saying such heartless things. Then if both Mitsuzuri herself and Shinji are no good. Oh, there is one person we can ask.
Makidera puffs up her chest with pride. Yukiko and I stop walking and listen to her suggestion. After checking left and right, Makidera confidently says the name of the person she has in mind.
It's Mitsuzuri Minori.
The first-year student, Mitsuzuri-san's little brother?
I was thinking Sakura, personally, but I guess that works too.
Or Amiya.
Yeah.
Oh, you found a good candidate, indeed. He is a member of the archery club, and above all, he's Miss Mitsuzuri's real younger brother. Since he is a member of Mitsuzuri Ayako's family, his testimony is the best to use as a reference. Should he be inclined, we might even be able to find out from him who the boyfriend is once and for all. After all, his position as a family member who lives together with Miss Mitsuzuri is different from us, fellow classmates at Homurahara.
Right?
Makidera says triumphantly. However, Yukiko tilted her head in a thought, then eventually shook her head.
Oops.
I think it's useless.
Why, Yukichi?
Makidera's confused at the sign of doubt expressed by someone unexpected. I also did not think Yukiko would deny Mitsuzuri's little brother as a possible clue. Yukiko, why do you think that?
You see, even if a younger brother might not know who his big sister is dating, my younger brothers don't care about my affairs at all either.
Ah, that's true. No, I understand.
Makidera pouted due to having poked a sore spot for Yukiko. Yukiko certainly did have 4 younger brothers. Her words on the matter should therefore be placed in high regard.
Now that you mentioned it, according to a rumor, her younger brother is quite brusque with people.
If the relationship between an older sister and younger brother is like that, and if he has that kind of attitude as well, we can expect a rough time if we ask him. How troublesome. We stopped walking. Allowing the investigation to suddenly come to a halt here would also mean defeat. Someone else, someone even closer to Mato Shinji than Mitsuzuri Ayako. Actually, isn't there an unexpectedly ideal person for this? There certainly is someone, yeah. If it's that girl, she would know for sure.
Are they just avoiding asking Emiya?
Well, Emiya doesn't really know Mitsuzuri that well, I don't think. I mean...
But he's friends with Shinji.
Yeah.
He's literally Shinji's only friend. What did you want to talk about, Makidera-senpai?
Mato Sakura, Mato Shinji's younger sister. It was quite simple. We couldn't ask Mitsuzuri Ayako's younger brother, so we merely changed our target to Mato Shinji's younger sister. Certainly, a younger brother might not have any interest in his big sister's love life, but there is no way a younger sister that wouldn't be interested in her big brother's activities in that regard.
Sorry, it's a pretty trivial matter.
Is it something about my club? She's the current captain of the archery club. Her predecessor was Mitsuzuri Ayako. As someone involved, she is in an ideal position to give testimony. The gentle-faced and beautiful Miss Mato looks uncomfortable for some reason. That's only natural. She, a second year, has been called out by herself to the backwoods by 3 third years. There is no way she would stay calm and composed. I apologize for calling out to you to a place like this. We took up your time in order to ask you a question, Mato-san. Yes. If it's something that is difficult to talk about, you do not have to force yourself to answer. Saying that just makes more and more question marks appear above Mato Sakura's head. Makidera has the corners of her mouth turned down, and Yukika obviously can't settle down. I push up the temple of my glasses with my finger and take a deep breath. There is something we would like to ask you concerning your older brother, Mato Shinji. In an instant, the sound of leaves falling and piling up on the ground in the forest comes to a stop. That was how much her mood completely changed at the mention of Mato Shinji's name. A tense atmosphere that hesitates to even stir. She, I, and even Yukika forget to breathe and sink into silence. Is there something the matter with Nissan? Her demeanor has suddenly changed. She gives off a feeling of clear trepidation and suspicion. I could tell that Makidera was starting to edge back. Yukika was merely shocked by this change in Miss Mato. Unlike myself, I spoke frantically. It's about a trivial matter. No, rather, it would be more accurate to call it a crude and worthless matter. And yet you're asking for help without explaining much. Miss Mato was really not letting her guard down. Have I failed? No. It was completely unexpected for her to harbor such suspicion over matters involving Mato Shinji. Just what the heck is going on between this brother and sister? Therein must lay things that are difficult to understand. Something must have happened. An uncomfortable-looking Makidera tugs on my sleeve.
Isn't it fine to stop here, Muro?
We can't do that after coming this far. It may be fine to stop, but it will be uncomfortable if Mato Sakura remains suspicious and apprehensive like this. You and I may not mind it, but it will be pitiful for Yukika. It's an awkward conversation. I shake my head slightly and ask the stone-faced Miss Mato. Is your brother Mato Shinji in a romantic relationship with Mitsuzuri Ayako? Miss Mato widened her eyes and was literally at a loss for words. Eh? Could you repeat that one more time, Himuro-senpai? Like I said, are Mato Shinji and Mitsuzuri Ayako, in other words, your big brother and your senpai, and former club captain, currently dating? Why would that be the case? When you say it like that, I agree. Mato Shinji and Mitsuzuri Ayako are in a romantic relationship. When I say it again like that, this pairing is too unreasonable. It was something I understood deep down, but... Mato-san, that
Um,
Miss Himuro Senpai here guessed that the person going out with the former Captain Mitsuzuri is your big brother. She thought you'd know if it was true.
Aren't you making it seem like I'm responsible for everything, Miss Makidera-senpai?
I'm not saying you have all the responsibility, but wasn't it you that originally had an interest in Miss Mitsuzuri's male relationships, Makinoji? Oh wait, oops,
that is...
Wait, this was wrong. This wasn't her line. That is, I don't fully understand, but...
Miss Mato's flustered. Since the usual conversation had started between me and Makidera, it is only natural that she would be confused when she was not aware of the prior details. Based on your expression, you find this question quite unexpected. Yes, I think it's impossible for Nissan to be dating Mitsuzuri-senpai. Just like I thought. Thank goodness. I mean, Mato-san, thank goodness.
Nope.
Yukiko is relieved. Finally throwing off her reserve, she makes a gentle expression.
You're mistaken, Himuro. I'll be confiscating one floor cushion from you.
If you want to take something away, you can take cushions or whatever you want. Clearly refuting an idea is more useful than mere ambiguous possibilities in an investigation. Makidera seems more disappointed than I am, and grumbles beside me. I don't really understand how floor cushions act as a standard, but could it be that the hierarchy is decided by cushions at her home? Perhaps there are such feudalistic customs at old dry goods wholesale stores. I swallow back a sigh. Though she had acted firmly until now, a dark cloud now hangs over Miss Mato as she opens her mouth to speak. In the first place, Nissan found it difficult to deal with Mitsuzuri-senpai for a long time. Though I don't know how Mitsuzuri-senpai thinks of Nissan. Besides, in the club, Nissan has been a little... No, if it's something that is difficult to speak about with people outside the club, you do not have to talk about it. We are merely interested in Miss Mitsuzuri's significant other. I emphasize that and try to undo Mato Sakura's wariness against us. At this rate, we will tread into the seemingly serious issue between the Mato siblings instead of the matter of Mitsuzuri Ayako. Makidera calls out,
Hey,
to the still pensive Miss Mato.
I don't mind talking about Shinji. There's something wrong with him. We can also give you advice. He wouldn't be such a troublesome guy if only he chose his partners a little bit better.
His problems do not sound normal when you say that, Maki. Makidera retorts with a...
Shut up.
while Miss Mato watches with an apologetic smile. I felt that we had asked something inexcusable in more ways than one, but I have to establish this clearly. Now then, I'm sorry for taking up your time, Mato-san. No, don't worry about it, Himuro-senpai. One last thing, Mato-san. Do you have any ideas as to who Mitsuzuri Ayako's boyfriend is? Miss Mato's gaze swarms above us. Did she have an idea, or was she hiding something she knew? Eventually, she nodded. Although we were in the middle of the woods in autumn, she gave a smile like a blooming bud in spring. Wouldn't someone like Ryudo-senpai be a wonderful partner for Mitsuzuri-senpai? That's an unexpected ship.
Himuro the Love Detective, to be continued. Oh, Shiro did run into them together in the, Act 2. When
I
they-
mean, he did run into them, but that was for the club activities.
Or so they said. What should we do about it, Himuro?
What indeed? You must mean that, Makinoji. It fell upon us to solve this new enigma. Perhaps enigma would be an overstatement, but when the Mitsuzuri Mato theory was tragically disproven, it gave birth to an entirely new possibility. Huddled together before homeroom, the three of us convened to discuss this new development. Our topic was Ryuro-kun and Mitsuzuri-san, huh? They seem like a good couple. That fits. Picture perfect, I'd say. In any case, there isn't anyone that would make a better subject for such a painting than Ryuro Issei. Yukiko sighed with that.
Sorry.
Side with what seemed to be to me like adoration. Ryuro Issei, the student council president, who still holds the title of best-looking male student, even to his senior year. Wow, I didn't know he was gonna be the best-looking dude in the school. Wow, he's the best-looking. He's an honor student. He's the president.
Yeah.
Dang, dude. He is an honor student as well, and said to possess some degree of martial skill despite his appearance. An honest-to-goodness Renaissance man whose talents shine in sharp contrast to the spoiled Mato Shinji. The relationship between him and Mitsuzuri Ayako. But Makidera didn't appear to accept this at all. She made her disapproval clear to Yukiko and me.
Picture perfect. So anyone's fine as long as they look like a cute couple to you?
Is that not important? Many things in this world are considered acceptable if they complement each other in a pleasing way. But Maki-chan, don't you think it'd be wonderful if those two were going out? Yukiko seemed quite happy with the idea after she heard it from Mato Sakura. An understandable reaction. They really would be the kind of beautiful couple one might paint a portrait of. A decorated hakama and white shiromuku would present a stunning contrast side by side, or even a sharp tuxedo alongside a snow-white wedding dress. My inner artist immediately begins composing idealized images of the two. No criticism could be made of this match, if it were up to me, that is.
Well, fine, I get that, but do you think Ryudo Issei could really be dating Mitsuzuri? Because I don't.
Maki-chan, why not?
Just saying. Hasn't the student council president always favored the cultural clubs over the athletic clubs?
Indeed, I do remember them quarreling a lot last year over the club budgets.
We're talking about that Ryudo Issei. Do you think it'd be possible for him to fall for Mitsuzuri, who heads the influential archery club?
Yukiko seemed disappointed as she realized this as well. Makidera had a point. There was some logic to it, but she wasn't seeing the whole picture. It's not as if Ryudo Issei is a student council president before he's a human being, Maki. In the same way that track and field doesn't take procedure over your private life.
No, I'm telling you, that's a real possibility for His Excellency, the student council president. People still talk about how straight-laced that guy is.
That is true as well, but if so... The three of us pull up our chairs, huddling even closer. In that case, this entire hypothesis would be invalid. It's Romeo and Juliet.
What the heck?
You mean, Ryudo-kun and Mizuzuri-san like each other, even though they're enemies?
Correct, yes. She's quicker on the uptake than Makidera. In other words, Makinoji, Ryudo Issei must oppose the athletic clubs on principle, but then Mizuzuri-san, who is one of the few female captains, would come to his attention. And it is precisely because they're enemies that they saw each other as man and woman, and love bloomed, or something. Sparks flew between the two foes, and along the way, the romantic fires of a cursed love might have blazed into existence. Mused Makidera, impressed. I wanted to smirk and comment that I totally made it sound like an opera, but...
I see. So you think that both Mitsuzuri and Ryudo burn for forbidden love?
Right, and if this supposition were true, it would also explain why no one knew of their affair. There's no way that the son of the temple would let anyone know.
Son of the temple?
Son of the temple?
Oh,
Who's that, Kane-chan?
Excuse me, I meant Ryudo Issei. In my excitement, I called Ryudo Issei by a popular nickname. I appear to have gotten through to the two of them, to a point. But while Yukiko was positively in love with the idea, Makidera seemed to have a hard time accepting it. Then maybe, however...
Ryudo. He's on bad terms with Tosaka, right?
Indeed. They're on bad terms, or perhaps I should call them bitter enemies. The conflict between Miss Osaka and President Ryudo burns to this day.
I see. Nice.
What's going on in that mind of hers? Makidera's face suddenly brightens, as if her prior skepticism had been a lie.
Alright, let's get them together.
The meaning behind your statement is unclear, Makinoji. We're not trying to be their matchmakers, we're just figuring out whether they are dating or not.
It's a-okay, Himuro. That's not the important part. I see. Mitsuzuri. If we put her with Ryudo, it'll knock her down a peg around me.
Makidera was giggling with bizarre delight. It made me want to wave my hand in front of her to check her sanity.
What should we do, Kane-chan? Maki-chan's acting so weird.
It's okay, Yukika. After all, that's just how Makinoji is.
Imagine that. Awesome Kane. Awesome Kane. Just what I expected from our Shulihan.
Voice echoed throughout the room like a gong. I couldn't tell if she was actually praising me or just getting carried away. I rubbed my temples to stave off my headache. It felt like we had gone completely off track.
If Kane-chan is Zugelian, then who am I?
It'd be tough to compare Yukichi to one of the generals from the Three Kingdoms. Maybe Lu Su? No, wait. We should be looking for witnesses now, right?
I nodded silently, no sense adding fuel to the fire. Being who she was, there was no dissuading Makidera from trying to prove her own theory about the son of the temple and Miss Mitsuzuri. I wonder where her brimming enthusiasm comes from. Well, who shall we ask? I believe Ryudo has siblings.
Yeah,
Yeah, the young man at the Ryudo temple. I remember seeing him do monk chores.
To ask a holy man about his little brother's love life would be over the line, even more so than Mitsuzuri's little brother.
he's practically made it boring, right down to the blood in his veins.
Perhaps even on a cellular or genetic level. Then what will we do? At this rate, Ryudo's love life will be cursed. I frowned thinking. Ryudo Issei is known for his very limited circle of acquaintances. They say that, contrary to his social status, Ryudo is quite shy. And it looks like they're also starting to say the same thing about me, which is troubling, but I will ignore that for the time being.
That's true. You can count on one hand the number of close friends our student council president has.
As expected, he is the only one we can turn to. There is indeed someone close to Ryudo who we can ask, but...
Who is it, Kane-chan?
It's Emiya Shiro. This is troublesome since he is Miss Tosaka's partner in love.
Ah, I see.
If you narrow it down to people familiar with both Mitsuzuri Ayako and Ryudo Issei, the only one that remains is that oddball Emiya. Indeed, he is a former member of the archery club and is one of Ryudo's few close friends. But at the same time, he is Miss Tosaka's lover. Would it really be okay to rashly approach him? Makidera growled an expression as though she had just drunken muddy water disguised as coffee.
Get that damn Emiya. Does he have something against me? He's always getting in my way.
I do not think he has any such intention. It cannot be helped. You should put aside your ulterior motive for now, Maki. Think of it as a small sacrifice for the greater good.
Emiya.
Emiya-kun. Right, that's right. But if he's dating Tosaka-san, then he might know even more about Mitsuzuri-san.
That is how it is, Makinoji. Quiet down and give up.
Ooh.
Excuse me, is Emiya here?
Wait. Not sure who's saying this. I was wondering who it was, but it's none other than Madame Himuro. I'm very flattered and honored that you would visit this humble abode. Now then, what would you require of Emiya?
There's something I wish to discuss.
Oh wait, I think this is that one kid I mentioned that speaks with medieval talk. Yeah, Goto.
A tone tinged with an era long past. Is this Goto?
I mentioned this very briefly during Fate's Day Night, but in that story he has like one line and we never see him again. And in the anime they didn't even give him his name, yet they felt the need to give him special dialogue, but I guess they fleshed him out here. It appears not to be a normal discussion. Are you here to make an arrest, I wonder? That Emiya Shiro feigns to be a thin ronin among us who would not even hurt a fly. But like I thought, he truly is not an ordinary man, is he? So they're not going to give him a design, though, are they? And I guess you do see him in the anime, but...
No, I already knew from the moment he spun around his chair that he is not normal. Be that as it may, couldn't... Oh, I still have my guess?
Oh, yeah. Right, no, I already know from the moment he spun around his chair that he was not normal. Be that as it may, could Madame Himuro be in the midst of an undercover arson and robbery investigation?
No, nothing that's serious. It is neither something that needs to be concealed nor felt guilty over.
Is that so? Then I shall tell thee henceforth that he is anon on the roof.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. So that's how it is. Let us head to the roof. The two behind me are dumbfounded. I admit there was a few problems with the flavor of our conversation, but that's no reason to be so astonished. What are you doing, Maki? Lunch is going to end soon if you stay stunned like that.
The heck was that conversation just now?
Amazing, Kane-chan. Like you were back in the Edo period or something.
Is that really supposed to be praised? Rather, I think that Goto's acting skills should be praised more.
Well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, let's corner Emiya quickly and get him to cough up some info.
I doubt you remember half of the things we said this morning.
Eh? Aren't we making Mitsuzuri and Ryota hook up? So we need to convince Emiya.
How does she get away with twisting your interpretation that far to suit her desires? Over the course of the 4 classes this morning, our conversation earlier has completely fermented and changed form inside of Makidera.
No, Maki-chan. We're going to ask Emiya-kun whether Mitsuzuri-san and Ryuro-kun are going out or not.
Really? Well, it's fine either way. In any case, we're going to beat Emiya-kun hollow. Completely hollow.
We head towards the roof. If we don't finish this quickly, all of our lunchtime will be used up. But on the way, I whisper to Makidera, "Why are you so obsessed with getting Mitsuzuri and Ryuro together?"
Eh? Aren't you the one more into this, Himuro?
I am simply curious, but you on the other hand,
Huh? I'm not really obsessed with it.
Makidera always gets worked up over using Mitsuzuri recognizing her as her greatest rival. That's why she's using this as a chance to bring down Mitsuzuri. Is that really all? Someone's on the roof, Maki-chan.
Oh, oh.
That must be Emiya. Ugh. Perhaps due to being deep in thought, I ended up falling behind the other two. Makidera and Yukiko stand in front of the door to the rooftop. I feel an extraordinary tension emanating from their backs, and carried by the wind is...
Isn't it?
Like I said, Emiya Shiro is not the only one speaking. There is someone else with a very familiar voice. Miss Tosaka, is it? I wonder what happened. Those two are acting strange. We watch covertly from our hiding place, but we cannot hear them very well. Their voices are dispersed by the strong wind. Well, since the person we have business with is Emiya Shiro, we should just come out and call for him, but...
Tosaka, that's right? It's like...
Is what you're saying?
It did not look like a peaceful conversation. Makidera gulps, and Yukiko is obviously nervous. The atmosphere between them was so dangerous that even I could not do anything but watch while concealed within the doorway shadow. Emiya Shiro is clearly bewildered, but is also biting back some kind of unpleasantness. Meanwhile, Miss Osaka is displaying a level of emotion I have never seen from her before. Even I am not brazen enough to step outside onto this kind of situation.
What should we do, Himuro? There's something strange about them.
You can tell by looking at them, they seem to be having a quarrel.
Eh? Emi and Tosaka are fighting? Wow.
How could Makidera put on such a happy face after hearing that? I feel that I'll have to reconsider her mental status and mental state one of these days.
No, that's not it. Like I said, I
I get it, Shiro. You already have Ayako, Saber, and Sakura. Then why don't you just do as you please?
Ayako? We
I'm...
heard Miss Tosaka's last words clearly. Oh, I guess Emiya. Oh my, Emiya. Those provocative words were just as though she was striking him with divorce papers. The recipient, Emiya, just stands there disheartened. And then Tosaka turns around and heads this way.
Is her cover blown?
No, it's because the only exit is here.
Then we're really going to be discovered.
Miss Osaka walks this way with a long, swinging stride. This is bad if Miss Osaka sees us doing something so shameful.
We're getting out of here, Himuro.
Agreed. Makidera and I run away like scared rabbits. I'm not saying this to boast, but I'm confident in my short sprints, and Makidera is the ace at mid-distance running. Slipping away from Miss Osaka is easy for us. However, there is one person among us who we cannot demand that kind of speed from.
Wait,
A helpless scream cries out from behind our backs. There's a chance of toppling down the stairs if we run too fast, but we do have the spare time to exchange a glance between the two of us. I'll leave it to you, Maki.
Roger. Isn't this just great, Himuro?
What is? Although I do laud your ability to run so fast while carrying Yukika.
No, not that.
No, not that.
I think it's not that.
Okay.
I mean the fight between Tosaka and Emiya. Yay!
She has become quite ecstatic. Arriving in the classroom, I have to catch my breath more than expected.
huh? Everything is spinning.
I guess I shook you up a little. Sorry, Yukichi.
Makidera's breathing is perfectly calm, even as she lets Yukika down. However, contrary to the way she appears, her chest is pounding with excitement. Even though there are fewer people than usual in the classroom at lunchtime, they're all staring at us. I arrive at my desk and sit down, but... Damn, we forgot to ask Emi about Ryudo.
Now that you mention it, you're right. Well, it's fine either way, isn't it?
Sitting down opposite to me, Makidera starts unpacking her lunchbox. I'm impressed that she did not eat it before lunchtime today, but... No, it's not fine either way. In the end, we never found out anything about the relationship between Ryudo Issei and Mitsuzuri Ayako.
It's no big deal. It's no problem whether they're together or not. What's important right now is the fight between Tosaka and Emiya, right?
Makidera lowers her voice as she whispers this breaking news. It's true that we have witnessed an unimaginable scene. However, our original goal was Mitsuzuri Ayako. After remaining indecisive for a short while, Yukika sits down next to us with her lunch. Contrary to Makidera's excitement, Yukika is quite depressed.
Tosaka was really mad, wasn't she?
Well, Emiya is quite the unsociable type after all. I knew things wouldn't work out between him and Tosaka. This is great.
Makidera scarfs down her food. Perhaps because the spectacle earlier pleased her that much, she smiles as if she had just wanted life. This is troublesome.
But Magi-chan, I still think it's bad to fight like that.
But it'd probably be difficult for us to Oh, for the two.
Oh.
Wait. Or for the
But
two
it
of
would
the.
probably be difficult for us to offer the
Yeah.
two of them any help or advice. Miss Osaka is. Speak of the devil. Miss Osaka enters the classroom. I hold my breath and watch, wondering whether or not she noticed us running away from the scene. Makidera ducks her head down and tries to hide. Yukiko tries to call out to Miss Osaka but cannot. Miss Osaka goes to her seat and opens her lunchbox. I guess she must not have finished her lunch. Makes sense. She did leave the rooftop like that after all. She glances over, but she does not seem interested in us. The aura emanating from her naturally takes hold over the classroom. It is difficult to speak loudly now, even more so for us after witnessing that spectacle.
She's pissed at that guy. Seriously.
Just what in the world did Emiya do? Well, for now, let's finish our lunch too. I'm so worried. What should I do? There isn't much talking. It was an unfulfilling lunch. Only Makidera was in high spirits, while Yukiko was despondent, and I did not know what to talk about. Like that, lunchtime comes to an end. Mitsuzuri and Tosaka, the situations of those two had only become more convoluted. Mitsuzuri-senpai? She hasn't come today, but if you have a message for her, I can pass it on.
No, Sis is probably still at school. I saw her in the school building a little while ago.
I see. Sorry to bother you.
Isn't he at his part-time job? He left not long ago. Maybe he went to the student council room. Emiya still frequents that place. But it's hard to be sure. He always seems like he's everywhere yet nowhere.
Both Mitsuzuri, Ayako, and Emiya Shiro are unavailable. This time, I've come to investigate by myself without Makidera or Yukika. Makidera has the enthusiasm, but her interests do not coincide with mine, so she is useless. Yukika feels bad about the fight between Miss Tosaka and Emiya, so forcing her to accompany me would be cruel. But this is becoming rather curious. Although I started investigating Mitsuzuri Ayako out of mere curiosity, Miss Tosaka and Emiya Shiro suddenly got involved and created a suffocating tension. However, fundamentally, the degradation of the relationship between Tosaka and Emiya is a separate matter from the issue of Mitsuzuri's boyfriend. But I mumble to myself as I head towards the student council room. I guess I have no other choice but to ask the student council president directly. If Emiya is there with him, I can just separate them and talk to him alone. If Yudo's alone, I will have to ask him directly in order to clarify the truth about Mitsuzuri. I'm puzzled as to why I am so riled up about this, but I cannot accept giving up and wasting it all for nothing now. It's Himuro, 3rd year. I'm coming in. The student council room is mostly empty. People say that the members of the current student council are too businesslike. And as usual, the most enthusiastic man within the student council is the only one in the room. Emiya Shiro is absent. So, the son of the temple is working by himself?
I still need to put together these documents before year end. I would think that the daughter of a civil servant would be accustomed to the sight of someone working towards December.
The student council president Ryudo Issei sternly closes his mouth. It goes without saying that he is a handsome man, but his expression is clearly showing his misgivings about me. That is one nickname I do not often hear.
I also have the name of Ryudo Issei. Do you not consider that you would be grating on my nerves when you call me the son of the temple to my face?
His manner is quite overbearing, but it must be because he is not familiar with me. I lightly bow my head to him. Continuing to argue over this would get me nowhere. Pardon me, then Ryudo Ise-kun.
Okay. Sorry, I was just, I was looking to see, I was checking the wiki for Goto. His design has changed, like, it's inconsistent. in Unlimited Blade Works, he had black hair, but it seems in his new official design, he's dyed his hair blonde.
He is a shapeshifter.
Wait, what is this? Humorous universe? Huh. Wait, what? Oh, okay, there's an anime special I've never seen before. I gotta check that out later. It's done by a UFO table, too. Huh. I'll let you know about that later, but sorry. Very good. Himuro Kane-kun, do you have some business with the student council?
It is nothing concerning the track and field club, nor my class. I came here because I had some business with you personally. Ryudo's eyebrows furrow. That is understandable. He probably feels troubled to hear that I have personal business with him. I sit down on the chair he offers. I'm grateful that the room has already been cleared of other people. I straighten my back and face Ryudo.
You have business with me?
Ryudo, are you going out with Mizuzuri Ayako? I forgo any preamble and just cut to the chase.
What? Are we going out?
Son of the temple, even you are quite shaken up right now. I see. No, I'm sorry for bothering you.
Wait. Himuro Kane, don't expect to just walk out after suddenly saying such a thing.
He grabs onto my sleeve to stop me. It is a display of panic unbecoming of the student council president, who is known for being cool, calm, and collected. My business is done, so my lingering about will just hinder your work. It's fine to just forget my question.
How could I? Is there anyone in this world who could agree that I should just forget after suddenly being asked by a stranger whether I'm dating Mitsuzuri Ayako?
Ryudo flares up at me. I can feel it would be better for his happiness if we do not continue on this subject any further, but I suppose he just cannot let it go and forget about it.
In the first place, why are you asking if I'm dating her?
That is because there were no other qualified candidates besides you. You're the only one who would go well together with Miss Mitsuzuri. Ryudo nods his head in an understanding. I think he accepted that, but a frown quickly descends upon his face.
I feel quite honored that you think I go well together with that brave woman, but that does not answer my question. In the first place, I'm surprised you'd be interested in such a thing.
I'm just going around and investigating the matter of who Miss Mitsuzuri is dating in order to satisfy my rather tasteless curiosity. Although I wonder whether that will suffice as an answer. You were quite taken back just now. Perhaps you have someone in mind? Oh, judging from your expression, it seems I am not far off the mark.
What are you talking about? Even you must have someone who you respect.
There are a lot of people I respect. You're one of them too. I'm not saying this as flattery. Don't make such a rude expression.
I'm honestly pleased to hear that from a person I also acknowledge. Or rather, I'll just take it as flattery after all. Ahem.
Ryudo clears his throat. I cannot tell whether this modest part of him is a virtue or a bad habit.
However, that is also the first. This is also the first time I've heard that Mitsuzuri is dating someone.
I had just been informed myself yesterday as well. The candidates were first Mato Shinji and then you.
It was definitely not Shinji.
Ryudo frowns. A small headache strikes me as I recall what happened in the back forest yesterday. When I told Mato Sakura the same thing, she was also very surprised.
That must have been a disaster for her, too. Still, I think it is impossible for me to be placed on the same level as Mato Shinji, but... Mitsuzuri's boyfriend, huh?
I must have piqued his curiosity. Ryudo falls into deep thought. And eventually lets out a long sigh.
I would give my blessing if Emiya were dating her.
Emiya Shiro and Mitsuzuri Ayako. I never considered that possibility at all until now. That is only natural, after all.
But, Madame Himuro, isn't Emiya dating that Tosaka Rin? We're talking about that witch Tosaka, that wily fox, that monstrous. To think she would seduce Emiya. Don't you think it is horrible? Moreover, Emiya also looks satisfied with this situation.
The possibility that Emiya could be Mitsuzuri's boyfriend is completely excluded due to Miss Tosaka. Seeming to have gotten a bit impassioned, Ryudo continues talking on and on towards me.
That's why I told him to leave that wily fox alone. Tosaka's sweet devilishness will eat away at Emiya's good character like a cavity. But no matter how many times I've told him to hurry up and understand that, he still remains hooked up by that woman. This is bad, completely outrageous.
I wonder whether he is absorbed in deriding his longtime archenemy Tosaka, or is deeply lamenting the fall of his friend. It is troubling for me to listen to your verbal abuse.
I see. In any case, that Emiya and Tosaka are dating is regrettable. But if Mitsuzuri Ayako or Saber-san were his partner, I would gladly bless and support them.
Saber? He mentioned an unfamiliar name, but does not belong to someone from this country. But does it belong to someone from this country? Although for Ryudo to add a polite honorific after her name, he must be well acquainted with her. How unusual for there to be a female that has become so familiar with Ryudo. Suddenly, I realize that I myself am speaking quite familiarly with him.
If it were that you were Emiya's partner, Himuro-kun, that would also be a desirable outcome.
You shouldn't make such earth-shattering statements on the spur of the moment either. Perhaps I should tell what you said just now to the person in question. I would like to see what kind of face he makes in response.
What?
This class president's weakness seems to be that Emiya Shiro. Just what kind of obsession do these two have? Mahidera with Miss Tosaka and him with Emiya. Some people are just hard to understand. It's just that Emiya is the master of a harem,
Yeah.
and Ryudo's part of it.
No, I would appreciate if you did not do that.
Of course, I have failed at grabbing Emiya Shiro myself, after all. When I went to ask him about you, he was in the midst of an argument with Miss Tosaka. It is bad taste to touch upon such matters. However, Ryudo's eyes narrow in delight, as if he has just heard good news.
Oh, is that true?
It would not benefit me to lie. But most likely it's just an emotional spat common between lovers. Despite that, there are those who prematurely rejoice over it. I scold both Makidera and Ryudo Ise in my mind. I can imagine Miss Tosaka saying, "Why are you guys so happy about other people's business?" And I would answer thusly, "It is a beautiful girl's fate, accept it."
Himuro-kun?
No, it is nothing, anyway. It seems like this investigation concerning Mitsuzuri Ayako's boyfriend has reached a dead end.
Oh, if I know the person Mitsuzuri is bad at dealing with, Ryder-san from Emiya's place. Although I have no clue who she gets along well with.
Another unfamiliar name reaches my ears. Is that a nickname or her real name? A saber is a sword or a weapon, and a rider is a driver of some sort. They're strange even as surnames. In any case, Ryudo seems to be out of ideas too. No, now that I've come to this point, I can think of one other possibility. How long has it been? It seems to be noisy and boisterous outside, but in contrast, the inside of the student council room is filled with peace and tranquility.
If you don't mind low-grade tea, would you like a drink, Himuro-kun?
No, but that is surprising. Talking to you so familiarly like this.
I agree. I never had much contact with you, so I have no ill will towards you from the start. If I were blessed with people as talented as you among the executives of the student council, then by now...
Himuro, you there?
Oh, no.
The door suddenly bursts open. No, it's more accurate to say that it has literally been thrown open.
I was wondering who it was. It was only Makidera from 3rd year. Can't you at least knock first? Makinoji, you seem to treat school property more... Oh wait, no, that's her. Oops.
Makinoji, you need to treat school property more delicately.
What the hell are you...
How are you two talking about? Oh, yeah.
What the hell are you two talking about so calmly?
For some reason, Makidera is in a ferociously excited state. Ryudo gazed frankly and coldly at the noisy Makidera, who just barged into the room.
I thought you were gone. Like I was saying, this is something big.
Something big? That's quite a bold abbreviation. Maki, do you not consider contacting me by calling or sending a text with your cell phone?
That doesn't matter. Let's go.
She roughly grabs onto my sleeves. Perhaps it's my sleeve's fate to be grabbed onto here in the student council room.
She's quite loud, your companion.
It would be odd if she were quiet. Sorry about this. I'll accept your offering of tea another time.
Get up. Hurry up. Just leave that monk Ryudo.
Behind us, I can hear Ryudo say,
Makidera, I don't recall allowing you to call me the son of the temple either. But I've already been whoops.
But I've already been dragged away. Recklessly running through the hallways doesn't really agree with me, but it cannot be helped with Makidera in this state. What has happened?
Yukichi is at the scene right now. It's breaking news.
As I try to keep up with her, I glance at Makidera's face.
It's a big catch.
What does that expression of hers make... Why does that expression of hers make me feel so uneasy?
Ah, Kana-chan, over here, over here.
Yukichi, you're still here, right? They're still here, right?
We stop and cut off our voices. Is there something around the corner of this hallway? Oh? Mitsuzuri Ayako and Emiya Shiro are near the stairwell. Strange. What is this pair that I am just thinking about in the student council room doing here?
Right? It's breaking news, right?
They've been talking like that for a while. They seem happy.
Just as Yukiko says, the two of them are talking openly with each other. It was quite a contrast compared to the thorny atmosphere during the conversation between Miss Tosaka and Emiya on the roof that was clear even from far away. Emiya's face is an open book, like usual, but how should I describe Mitsuzuri-san?
She smiled.
She smiled.
Mitsuzuri-san, she's smiling.
Don't they look quite friendly? I speak frankly. Although not as much as Tosaka, Mitsuzuri Ayako usually wears an angry expression more often than a smile. But the way she talks with Emiya, and even slaps his back, is not her usual self.
Wow, she gets along so well with Emiya-kun.
I guess they were always like that. No, but still, I did not know they were that friendly. My.
I wonder what those two were talking about.
We can't hear from here, but we can't just go out and listen. Yukiko's expression is troubled. That is only natural, rather. It would be a problem if it didn't pain her heart, eavesdropping on the private lives of Miss Tosaka and Miss Mitsuzuri like this. For the deeply kind-hearted Yukika, this must be torture. And Makidera is just standing there with sparkling eyes and no sign of being troubled by this in the least. This one is a big problem.
Did you say something, Himuro?
No, I was just reflecting on myself and feeling ashamed. But still, that pairing seems like likely yet unlikely.
What does that even mean?
Makidera looks back with a puzzled expression. But before I could answer, the scene occurring down the hall changes.
Ah.
Their conversation seems to be over, but... Mitsuzuri walks down the stairs smiling. Emiya heads this way. Are we going to have to run away again? Panic sets among us. But we don't make it in time. But we won't make it in time. Emiya glances curiously at us, and then continues on his way. Silently, without a word from him or us. Yukiko finally heaves a sigh of relief. Now that Emi and Mitsuzuri are gone, even I feel such a strong sensation from both tension and relaxation that I want to loosen my collar. Makidera's shoulders shake as she smiles suspiciously.
I just saw something great. Chasing after Emiya was really worth it. I knew it would pull something off.
Then it seems as though I was the one who wasted effort this time. I regret having fallen behind Makidera. No, it was not entirely fruitless.
By the way, what were you doing up until now in the student council room with Ryudo?
Huh? You're with Ryudo-kun, Kane-chan?
Makidera asks as if she had just remembered it. It's not a topic I should bring up now, but it is also not a secret. I was asking Ryudo directly whether he is dating Mitsuzuri or not.
So, how did you reply?
He coolly denied it. It seems there was someone else on his mind.
What? Even our great student council president has an interesting secret?
How troublesome. Although the circumstances around Mitsuzuri have become complicated, both Ryudo and Makidera have been creating chaos and confusion inside my head. I wish they would follow Yukiko's example. She is truly quiet, kind, and cooperative. I try to imagine a quiet, kind, cooperative Makidera, and immediately give up on doing so.
I see. Even though they really would make a good couple.
I was hoping they would be together too. Those two make a picture-perfect couple.
So, then what about this couple? Are they picture perfect?
By this couple, she could only mean one thing. Mitsuzuri Ayako and Emiya Shiro.
Maki-chan, could you mean?
Right, it's Emiya and Mitsuzuri, right? I never thought those two would cling to each other like that.
Makidera appears to be genuinely happy. But even so, it does not seem quite right. This whole thing smells like trouble. I wonder about that. I heard that Miss Mitsuzuri always tried so hard to stop Emiya from leaving the archery club. Apparently, she still tried to get him to come back even after he quit.
Yeah, apparently he's pretty good. I heard from Fujimura-sensei that he could have gone out to the nationals.
But there was even a legend about Fujimura-sensei back in her school days. What was it called? The Tiger of Fuyuki, right?
The legend of the Tiger of Fuyuki, told about in rumors, is more like some kind of occult horror story, though. Getting back to the main topic. Anyway, the point is that Emiya had contact with Miss Mitsuzuri even after he quit the archery club.
Vice Captain came back with Shinji. I probably would have done the same same thing if I were Mitsuzuri, and even more so if Emiya is talented.
Yeah.
Makidera nods in sympathy, while Yukiko becomes depressed. Emiya Mitsuzuri's going out means that Miss Tosaka is getting left behind in the dust. It's a somewhat harsh thing to imagine for Yukika, who admires her.
But this means that Mitsuzuri's actions were not to get him to come back to the club, but rather her way of approaching him as a woman.
That doesn't make sense, Maki-chan. If that's so, Mitsuzuri would have started going out with him even before Tosaka-san.
What Yukiko says is quite right. If Miss Mitsuzuri and Emiya started dating around the same time he quit the club, then it wouldn't be strange for it to have gotten out by now. Furthermore, that would mean Miss Tosaka cut in from the side and stole Emiya. If that happened, the relationship of the two, no, the three of them, would have been inevitably worsened. But the circumstantial evidence rejects that. I have not heard anything about Miss Mizuzuri and Miss Tosaka becoming estranged from each other, and Mizuzuri's change in behavior was first seen in the beginning of spring as well. In other words, Miss Tosaka was dating Emi at first, this is certain.
I see. What exactly is going on then?
It is difficult but not impossible to reason out. Let's see. I motion towards the two with my hands, precisely arranging the three of us into an equilateral triangle.
What are you doing, Kane-chan?
For example, let's assume Yukika, Makinoji, and I are the same distance apart from each other. Do you follow?
No, I get that part. But why are we doing like this?
The two tilt their heads in confusion, wondering what was about to happen. Then, if I do this...
Eh?
I step sideways and stand right behind Yukika. And then, gently embrace her around the waist.
What are you doing, Kane-chan? Kya?
How's that, Makinoji? Speak, what are you feeling right now, without reserve?
For some reason, I feel really frustrated.
Within my arms, Yukika struggles, but I can only apologize in my mind. I want to continue the explanation while in this position, but I can't since the people around us are starting to stare. I release my hands and free Yukika. And that's how it is. Sorry for doing something so strange, Yukika.
You surprised me. Kane-chan, you just suddenly hugged me.
I can sort of get, yet not get what you're trying to say, Himuro.
In other words, think of yourself as Miss Mizuzuri, Yukika as Emiya, and me as Miss Tosaka just now. In the beginning, the three of them were an equilateral triangle. No, it would have been an isosceles, with the distance between Emi and Tosaka being much greater. In this situation, no psychological discord occurs. I form a triangle with my fingers to demonstrate. Both Makidera and Yukika nod as they follow along. In this state, they don't feel anything for each other. They're simply friends after all. But if what Kane-chan did happens... However, the situation changes as Miss Tosaka and Emiya Shiro stop being mere friends and start dating in front of Miss Mizuzuri. Then Miss Mizuzuri, who was in Makidera's place, slowly becomes isolated. If that happens, she would naturally... After I explain it up to there, Makidera continues a train of logic.
If Mitsuzuri were in that position, she'd also feel frustrated. Whether she liked Emi or not up to that point, he's still been taken away after all.
Rather than just frustrated, maybe she realized that Emiya was the first man that could have become an object of romantic interest for her. Then Miss Mizuzuri, whether she likes it or not, starts to become conscious of Emiya Shiro. The hue that tinged their contact with each other until then also changes. As a result, I stopped here to observe Makidera and Yukika's expressions. And judging that the details of my story have settled in, I continued. In fact, it is precisely because Emiya starts dating Miss Tosaka that the possibility of Miss Mizuzuri and Emiya dating occurs.
That's pretty great. It's the most convincing explanation, Himuro-kun. Your brain cells are commendable. I hereby grant the 3 cushions.
The moment my explanation ends, a cheerful Makidera's shout of joy comes out. 3 cushions, she says. In other words, she must be hitting that I have been overdoing it. It's vexing, but I cannot deny it. With the hurdle now cleared, there's a great contrast between the delighted Makidera and Yukika. It pains me to see Yukika without a smile.
But if that's true, then Tosaka-san...
It is difficult to say, but if I were to be blunt, it would mean that Miss Osaka is being cheated on by Emiya. Or rather, we shall call it an awkward love triangle between Miss Mizuzuri, Miss Tosaka, and Emiya. At any rate, although I had intended to find out Mizuzuri's significant other, I ended up prying into someone else's love triangle before I knew it. In addition to that, I am a third party just out to satisfy my own curiosity. Although it is a bit late, I began to hate myself. But there is one person not here for their own curiosity that is reveling in having gained a personal advantage.
Really now? That guy Emiya is sure some lady killer. I mean, 2-timing Tosaka and Mitsuzuri? Yeah, even though he's an enemy, I'm impressed.
Very good at talk like that, Maki-chan.
Ah, but still, if Tosaka knows about this, how does she feel, right?
It looks like even being rebuked by Yukika could not keep her loose lips in check. As at the time discussing Ryudo, Makidera's interests are centered around Tosaka. She will say something about using Tosaka since it has come to this, though it seems like she says this sort of thing every day.
What is it, Himuro?
Wait, is that...
Or is that her?
Yeah. What is it, Himuro? You've been giving me a creepy look since a while ago. Could it be that... Could it be, have you fallen for me? Won't you get burnt if you fall for me?
And you will suffer frostbite if you fall for me. They say that names and natures often go together, don't they? Setting that aside, this has become troublesome.
Well, Emiya and Tosaka are having a fight. It'll be fine even if Emiya and Mitsuzuri are just good friends now, right? Sooner or later, Makidera-sama's day of victory will come.
You might be fine with this, but there is no conclusive evidence to support this hypothesis yet. It would not be bad as things stand now to continue observing, although, as one would expect, this time I am avoiding hearing the story directly from those involved. In what way could I intervene and expose this delicate love triangle between men and women to the surface? Makidera's agitated gaze pours onto me.
Come on, is there someone else who could verify this crap, Himuro?
It is turning into a habit when I have already come this far, but I want to give up. Still, is there really no one who interacts with all three of them? Regrettably, we have reached a stalemate. With Ryudo Issei now out of the question, no one else comes to mind. But from the most unexpected place, standing alone, Yukika mutters.
There is one person.
Yukika.
It is about Emiya-kun after all. I want to confirm it properly too. If it isn't like that, Tosaka-san will.
You're right. Since we've already come this far, we should confirm it precisely. But Yukika... could there be anyone we know that meets such criteria? No way! A roar that resounds all the way to the corners of Miyama.
as though having heard the roar of a fighter jet, it is a miracle that I did not faint from my eardrums being torn.
Even jokes have a limit. Who do you think lives at the house even now? Isn't there Sakura-chan, Saber-chan, Tosaka-san, and Ryder-san? But if Mitsuzuri-san moves in, I won't lose to some love comedy hot springs boarding house. No, your teacher thinks in many ways that in winning would be no good.
Rather than a voice, it was a mass of air expelled to the limit of her lung capacity. The lens of my glasses rattle. Saber-chan would say, "Welcome home, Shiro," by kneeling respectfully on the floor, and Sakura-chan with an apron on would go, "Senpai, dinner's ready." Tosaka would invite him with, "Please hang out with me for a bit, Shiro." And then Ryder's son would give a, "Why don't we take a bath together?" and so on and on.
It is just absurd that such flags from this love boarding house harem keep popping up, and yet, but even then, Himuro-san.
Is she alright? Please do not vomit ectoplasm, Sensei. It was just a question. We're merely seeking confirmation. I calm Fujimura Sensei as she writhes around in a fit of hyperventilation. As I thought, should we have passed on probing this person? To remember, I take a few steps back in the chronological order. The name that left Yukiko's lips was Fujimura Sensei. This was a blind spot indeed. Along with the supervisor of the archery club, I hear she is like an older sister to Emiya Shiro. Moreover, it is said that she even has a relationship with Miss Tosaka. However, although she is easy to approach, we cannot inquire such matters at school. And so, we decide to wait for her to leave school in order to stop her off campus and ask for her story. At that time... Himuro-san, Makidera-san, and Saigusa-san too. Hello! It is rare to meet you all in a place like this. You're heading this way, right? Going back home together, maybe? Eh? To talk to me? Well, I'll listen. After all, I'm everyone's dependable Fujimura-sensei. Well, what is it? Something about studying? Friendship? Bullying is no good, yeah? Because there's nothing more shameful than responding to hatred with hatred. And so, it started off well enough, but... About Shiro? Well, if you insist, I do know Shiro pretty well, after all. Mitsuzuri-san, Tosaka-san, too? And so the mood... changed into... something like this. Did the conversation take a wrong turn at some point? The moment you let your guard down, girls like you will be eaten up by Shiro before you know it. Eh?
By Emiya? That guy is just...
I must politely decline.
What? Don't accept it so fast. Shiro isn't that perverted. Even though Kiritsugu-san entrusted me with his upbringing as a big sister, I have to apologize in the afterlife if his son becomes such a playboy.
Fujimura-sensei is in a considerable state of confusion. I give up. Where do I go from here? No, maybe I should calm her down first?
Do you think... Wait. I lost track who's talking here. You think Fujimura-sensei would be okay?
Her mind is considerably not okay. It's sane over here. The insanity's over there. Although the food and stuff is really tasty. She points ahead and the gate of the Emma residence comes into view. He resides in such a samurai-like residence? An interesting discovery, I see. If the grounds are to this extent, it would not be unusual for there to be other cohabitants. No, that Miss Osaka and Miss Mato are residing here is definitely strange. Putting that aside, this tale will not proceed if we do not calm Fujimura-sensei, who is at the peak of her excitement. I soothe her by patting her shoulders with both hands while thinking, this is the behavior of someone who is our elder and superior. I sincerely apologize, Fujimura-sensei. However, I was inquiring not of Emiya's difficult circumstances, but whether he and Miss Mizuzuri are dating. Eh? Weren't we talking about them already dating? Was it this misunderstanding that caused her to make such an uproar until now? Staring blankly, my pace falters for just a moment. So, Emi is going out with Mitsuzuri, right?
Oh, that was... Yeah, so Emiya's going out with Mitsuzuri, right?
Do not cause confusion here by recklessly spouting your wishful thinking, Makinoji.
Which is it, Fujimura-sensei?
Yukika asked while I scolded Makidera. Fujimura-sensei, who had been enraged until now, calmed down instantly and is now in deep thought, as though puzzled. Well, certainly you could say that Shiro and Mitsuzuri-san are friends. But to be in a romantic relationship? Going that far would be a bit much.
Well, there is evidence, but...
Let me see. What kind of evidence? Share it with your teacher? Appearing keenly interested, Fujimura-sensei draws up next to Makidera. I have a feeling these two might get along well, but it'll be troublesome if they advance this discussion at their own convenience. I cut in, and towards the expectant sensei, I would not go so far as to call it evidence. After Emi and Miss Osaka appear to be having a disagreement, we simply witnessed Emiya speaking in a very close manner with Miss Mitsuzuri.
Isn't that enough? The circumstantial evidence is all there.
I suppressed my bubbling dissatisfaction. Having heard the only piece of evidence, Fujimura-sensei goes deep into thought. But those two are involved with the archery club, and besides, Mitsuzuri-san is seems like she wants to compete with Shiro. Also, it's not like they shouldn't get along. That being the case, we do not have any conclusive evidence either. I thought that by chance you may know something. I glanced, subtly examining Fujimura-sensei's expression. She smiled as though a bit troubled from being relied upon, but her expression gradually becomes more unclear. It is as though she is looking not at us, but beyond to somewhere distant. With the graceful behavior since a moment ago, and this current feeling of isolation, it is difficult to think of this as the same Fujimura-sensei. I guess it's kind of impossible for those two to be going out, I guess.
Eh? Why is that now?
Well, a sister's intuition, maybe. Though there's also some teacher's intuition in there. She starts laughing as though trying to gloss it over. I experienced neither distress nor relief when she said that we were wrong, I merely think, ah, is that so? As though I'm indifferently watching something get washed away before my very eyes. The way things are now, both Osaka and Sakura are close to Shiro, but it took a lot of effort to get there. Shiro wasn't that great with girls from the start, though even now he's still a total mess, see? I can feel the nostalgia of something important in the way she speaks. With her like this, none of us can find a chance to interrupt. Still, I didn't raise him to be skilled enough to make a pass at Mizuzuri-san, you know? Wait, isn't this a bother for me to make you all listen to this? No. It is a very interesting story, I reply under my breath. She had on a warm and lonely smile, but as though she had remembered something, she draws up to us again. And then, geez, so Saka-san and Shiro also started associating, which was a huge deal. I watched it all from the ringside seat. When you say a huge deal? That was Saka-san, really. She approached Shiro so aggressively, right out of nowhere. Then said something like, I will be living here for a while. I was absolutely astonished.
That Tosaka? Something doesn't fit. That guy Emiya, did he get a hold of her weakness or something?
I can hear Makidera grind her teeth as she says that. The beginning of Emi and Miss Osaka's romance is a very interesting topic. In the first place, what kind of circumstances could have spurred those two, who had no apparent contact before, into a companionship? Yukika's cheeks were blushing after listening to such a wild story. As for myself, I am troubled over which topic takes priority between Miss Mizuzuri and Miss Osaka.
Then what about Emiya? Even if he doesn't look like it, he is a man. Does he creep into her room at night?
There's been no nightly room visits, although they seem to be going out on dates in the middle of the night. So I guess she knows about the wandering.
Yeah.
Though Saber-chan also came around that time, but I collapsed at Shiro's place and was taken to the hospital. And when I came back, they had already...
Already? Already what, Fujimura-sensei?
Fujimura-sensei laughs like an ill-mannered cat. I'm struggling with whether I should return to our original discussion. Okay, see, because Shiro's so dense, he doesn't realize when he's having a move made on him. Even Sakura-chan can be aggressive. And though Saber-chan looks like that, she can mount quite a fierce... Did I do something to Shiro, Taiga? Who? A clear and beautiful voice, similar to the reverberating sound from striking silver or steel. A heavenly voice, but curiously, not one suited for singing. However, it is one that resonates to my very bones. Huh? Welcome back, Taiga, and nice to meet you. Are you all doing well? When I turned around, a blonde girl was standing there. She was lovely. Enough so that I completely forgot to blink for a moment. I just cannot comprehend. Why would such a beauty be here? I am not certain of how to respond to this brilliant countenance. Good afternoon. It's nice to meet you. My name is Sahigusa Yukika. Whoa, Saber-chan, why are you here? I was heading out, but Taiga, were you not clamoring rather loudly? I could hear you from inside the house. I am aware that you give it your all each day, But I would be grateful if you would restrain yourself from becoming a nuisance to the neighbors. A tone that is filled with pride and yet polite. From Fujimura-sensei's words, this girl is Saber. Could this be the name of the mysterious young lady I've heard of from Tosaka and Ryudo? I see. She's a foreigner. The name is not so strange, I suppose. Saber. There might be some kind of origin behind the name. However, even I, someone who takes pride in having the basest confidence to not feel inferior to any person, I'm nervous in front of her. It's fine, it's fine. Besides, we're all neighbors. I suppose so. You probably have been this way since long ago. How terribly rude of me. Are these people here guests of Shido's, perhaps? Her attention is directed our way. Although she is not openly cautious towards us, even I am being overpowered when inquired by this figure. Moreover, it is not just by her beauty, but by her presence. Makidera is avoiding Miss Saber. Is she instinctively wary of her? Only Yukiko seemed unfazed as she spoke to Miss Saber gently.
We're third years at Homurahara.
I see. So you are all classmates of Shido. I am. Well, please call me Saber. As for the two in the back, Himuro Kane-san and Makidera Kaede-san. Maybe you've heard of Makidera-san's name? We bow our heads after being introduced by Fujimura-sensei with a Miss Saber thought over her name and seemed to recall it. I have heard the name from Rin, Kaede, if I'm not mistaken.
That's... see? I'm also Saka's friend after all. Yeah.
Overwhelmed, Makidera's answer is stiff. Usually, she would be delighted with that Miss Osaka had mentioned her. Nice to meet you, Kane. You seem like quite a capable person. Yukika as well. We were introduced a moment ago. I am honored.
No, it's not that at all.
Nice to meet you. Again, everything is all jumbled together in my head. Miss Saber, I only knew of her name, but I never thought she would be this beautiful. It's understandable that even Ryudo praises her, but how does her existence affect the problem I currently face? There should be something, somewhere that connects her. Somehow, the awkward atmosphere at the end of the introduction settled in. The ringing from the clap of hands shatters a slight tension. Oh yeah, Sakura-chan and Ryder-san are inside, right? Should we go inside and have some tea? My apologies, Taiga, but I am on my way out now. That's so? Too bad. Aw, and I thought we could have a long overdue girls' talk and indulge in Shido's embarrassing memories. With her arms folded, Fujimura-sensei nods in a way filled with disappointment. Miss Saber seems to be reluctant now as well, but shrugs off the temptation with a smile. I have been called by Ayako, although Shiro appears to be with her as well. Oh ho! It's great that she's invited you out again. Going now? Call if you're going to be late for dinner, okay? Yes, then excuse me. Just now, Mitsuzuri Ayako's name came from her lips. I am entranced as she bows her head and takes her leave. No, it cannot be. Such a thing is impossible, but if it was possible, then indeed. Her appearance is gorgeous even from behind, and the autumn winds seem to sweep away and cleanse the very ground she walked.
She's gone.
Still her, I think.
Phew, I'm surprised. The kind of model-like girl really exists.
Ooh, although Sabertron certainly is pretty, like a doll. She is frighteningly skilled, you see. I heard she's a relative of Kiritsugu-san, but I wonder what kind of teacher she learned from.
Fujimura-sensei tells us cheerfully about Miss Saber. She is skilled, since it is Fuyuki's tiger praising her. Needless to say, it must be related to swords or bows. No way! Even though she looks so small and slender?
Those thin shoulders are highly skilled. It's not unusual for a master in their art to be like that. I still can't land even a single hit on Saber's-chan. Maybe I'm just getting old. Wait, no way. I sound like an old granny now.
She must be amazing, Saber-san. If she has that much skill, it is not unreasonable to fall for her. Disregarding the false impression Shinji gives, I hear that Ryudo and Emiya are both quite skilled. That being the case, if her skill is that outstanding, and her looks are just as good...
What happened to
What happened, Himuro? Did you fall for that Saber-san too?
Wrong. The one who fell in love is not me. It's Miss Mitsuzuri. Okay.
Yep.
I mean, I thought if anything she would have fell for Ryder, since wasn't there that one scene where Ryder was like blushing looking at her?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Wow, Mitsuzuri is the harem protagonist now.
Yeah.
She's with everyone apparently.
Right, such a combination is also possible.
Actually, a more desirable and clean composition than the chaos of a love triangle is born. Not that there is no problem, rather, there is quite a critical issue.
Huh?
Kane-chan? Well, I seem to have been making a serious mistake until now. It's just that I had assumed unconditionally that Miss Mitsuzuri would be dating a male. This mistake led to our reasoning and investigation astray. The cause had made us delve deeply into the wrong problems. I attempt to explain myself, but it's frustrating. In other words, I compose my thoughts and continue speaking. The gender of the one Mitsuzuri Ayako fell in love with is not male, it's female.
Yeah? Wait, Himuro, you're trying to say that Mitsuzuri is...
Wow, wow, wow!
Don't say something so stupid. Mitsuzuri is dating Emiya, right?
As I have said, isn't that just your wishful thinking? Indeed, the relationship between those two is close, but judging from Fujimura-sensei's testimony, it is apparent that the possibility of such a development is slim. As I explained this much to Makidera, perhaps she is still too stunned to object? In that brief opportunity, I added my addendum to the explanation and press on. It was precisely because of the friendship between Miss Mitsuzuri and Emiya that the relationship between Miss Saber and Miss Mitsuzuri could be established. In a sense, Emiya was the matchmaker, but he himself was probably unaware of his role. The timeline fits as well. Miss Saber probably came here around February. Mitsuzuri's change was in April. There may be some deviation, but that is only natural because she is not a student of Homurahara. As I say this out loud,
The thought of whether she is even an exchange student crosses my mind.
Wait a sec, Kimuro. That can't be. Mitsuzuri and Saber-san are both girls.
It is not particularly the case that love blooms only between oneself and the opposite sex. Miss Mitsuzuri holds the belief that it is proper for a handsome man or beautiful woman to have a good command of the martial arts. Even though she has beauty to boast of, Miss Saber is a master that amazes even Fuyuki's tiger. The idea that she would develop a deep affections that turn into love is not a far-fetched tale. That reminds me, Mitsuzuri-san challenged Saber to a match too. Fujimura-sensei quietly divulges important testimony. Is that true, Fujimura-sensei? Yeah, I've seen it a few times. Of course, Mitsuzuri-san was beaten mercilessly, but she was so happy about it, I could even feel jealous, you know? Ah, this is youth, Fujimura-sensei says, moved by deep emotion.
I don't know about stuff like that. Maybe I just don't get it, or is it just normally how other women get along?
With that, it should be decided. I had unjustly fallen to the suspicion of a love triangle entwining Miss Tosaka, and therefore a relationship between Emiya and Miss Mitsuzuri. However, the issues in regard to Emiya do not arise if Miss Mitsuzuri's partner is Miss Saber.
Wait. Oh, it's gonna... Okay. Maybe not. Is it okay? It's somehow all mixed up. I can't accept it. This sort of love just doesn't feel right.
Makidera is troubled. It is neither matter that she cannot accept personally, or she just cannot comprehend it.
Just as a reminder, this game does take place in 2004 and also Japan, so a little behind the times, but...
Makinoji, would you bear some disadvantage if Miss Mitsuzuri and Miss Saber were dating?
Huh? No, nothing like that, but saying things like that, I don't really get it.
I suppose she is fumbling for the right words. Certainly, it will be difficult to say if there will be no problems giving the views of society on this type of couple, but... their future will be a path laden with thorns indeed. Nevertheless, it is by no means a sin, even if we gently cheer on this yearning that extends beyond that of a friendship.
No, normally that's a sin, right?
Mitsuzuri-san and Saber-san, huh? Certainly, Mitsuzuri-san is good at taking care of others, and Saber-san is a bit slovenly. It's a well-matched couple, I guess. I like how Taiga's into it. She's like, I ship it. It's official. Even Fujimura-sensei okayed it. Fujimura-sensei laughs joyously. Far from fretting over the fact that students are engaged in impure same-sex relationships, this person was obstinately amused by it. And besides Makinoji, there is one last exceedingly important factor.
By that, you couldn't mean...
Those two really are picture perfect. Curtly put, Makidera's eyes become little dots. A gender-neutral type of beauty like Mitsuzuri Ayako, with a beautiful and resolute young girl like Saber. There is no mistaking it. As long as it could be modeled on them, those who wield a paintbrush from all over the world would rise in excitement. And though I have not wielded one myself for a long time, even my heart has been set aflutter. However, I suddenly sensed something out of place.
That again! Himuro, all of your cushions are hereby confiscated.
Confiscate whatever you like, but you really are sorely mistaken if you believe my taste in art will be swayed by 1 or 2 cushions. Something is lacking. Or rather, Makidera and I are going on like this, and yet the presence that is always with us is lacking. Although because Fujimura-sensei was there in its place, I had not felt until now. Makinoji, let me ask one thing.
What, you have something to ask before you die?
Where is Yukika? Looking around, I see no one else but Fujimura-sensei. Yukika, the one that is always with us and sharing her warm smile, is not here. Saigusa-san? It looks like she went after Saber-chan.
What Yukichi did?
Yukika followed Miss Saber? Perhaps did she go to verify directly what I spoke of just now?
Hey, Himuro, let's go after her.
Understood, but why? I wonder if Yukika wanted to help her in her own way? She was the one most troubled when I suggested the love triangle involving Emiya. Therefore, perhaps she wanted to mediate between Miss Saber and her? She went towards the intersection. Understood. Thank you very much, Fujimura-sensei. Makidera takes off running. I do not follow how much of a head start she got, but with our leg strength, catching up will not be difficult. Makidera speaks as we run side by side.
Yukichi, really, what the heck is she doing?
We are probably overdoing it ourselves. When we were not coming to a determination in good time, the burden weighing on Yukika must have been greater than usual. The scenery passes by. We should be catching up to her soon. There, 2 people are walking side by side further down. However, I am restrained by Makidera before I can rush over.
Wait, Himuro, let's keep our distance.
Roger. Miss Saber and Yukika are talking together. Even when viewed from behind, the profile of 2 gentle people peek through. Rather than intruding, it might be best for us to let Yukika carry on her conversation like this. I see. So you were a classmate of Reen's, Yukika? I remember, certainly. I heard your name from Reen yesterday.
Really? What did she say?
Yukika smiles happily. Miss Saber also has a faint smile, but it was pure and clear, like water trickling over stones. A smile coming from such a beautiful woman is simply out of this world. That she received a lunchbox from you, Reen told me that it was delicious.
Well, is that so? I'm so glad she said that.
Reen is a gourmet after all. You should have more self-confidence.
Really? Tosaka?
Even though she's a gourmet, it's not as though it doesn't suit her. We walk behind them, speaking in subdued voices. Miss Saber glanced our way only once, but then promptly resumed her chat with Yukika. Even Shiro was impressed when he heard that. He even said that he would like to hear the whole story later.
Emiya-kun cooks too, right? That's what I've heard.
Correct. Sakura and Reen have also taken to the kitchen these days, but Shiro is still the master of the kitchen.
Besides Emiya-kun, the image of him and being in a kitchen might go together pretty well.
That Emiya Shiro in the kitchen with an apron. Well, it's a little strange that the apron suits him so well, though both the image of working covered in oil and being in a kitchen fit him better than they would the self-proclaimed Black Panther here.
Kane, why are you looking at me like that?
I was just thinking that you have no place in the kitchen. Don't worry, I cannot say I am able in that regard either.
Aren't you misjudging me, Himuro? Even though I may not look it, I have confidence in my Japanese cooking.
Oh, that's unexpected. Perhaps Maki's lunchboxes are handmade? However, while we were distracted by our own small talk...
Saber-san, were you invited by Mitsuzuri-san today?
Yes. It seems she wants to go to Shinto for some matter. I do not know precisely why, but luckily, I have some time to spare.
Does something like this happen often?
Yukika boldly follows up with another question for Miss Saber. Probably due to her amicable disposition, she meets no resistance to your questioning. It does not happen often, but nor is this the first time either.
Then, Saber-san, what do you think of Mitsuzuri-san?
Suddenly, her question attacks a vital point, and her breath stops. The conversation pauses for a moment, as it appears that Miss Saber is searching for the right words. I would say, a very sincere person. She is good friends with Shiro and Rin.
I also think Mitsuzuri-san is very admirable. It would be nice if I could get to know her a bit better, definitely.
Yes, I also think that being able to build a friendship with Ayako is a rare and fortunate opportunity. Those words are simply too pure. It was like drinking distilled water, an answer that lacked of any flavor. Her smile is too bright to the point of being dazzling. There is courtesy, but I feel nothing more than that.
Hey.
Makidera whispers while nudging me with her arm. I wonder if she's getting the same feeling that I am.
Aren't we wrong about her and Mitsuzuri?
As I thought, you think so too. No, there is still a possibility that Mitsuzuri has an unrequited love, though I suppose that is unlikely as well.
The lifespan of your theories are getting shorter and shorter. It doesn't last more than an hour at this time.
Even if it is Makidera saying it, I have no words with which to retort. Now then, I am at a complete stalemate here, frankly. There cannot possibly be anything between Miss Mitsuzuri and Miss Osaka. Could a completely hidden dark horse exist? Or rather, she could be with nobody. What are you planning on doing after this, Yukika?
I'm sorry, you have something to do, but I held you up so we could talk.
No, it was enjoyable for me too. Well, if possible, I would be grateful if you would allow me to partake in some of your cooking along with Rin and Shiro.
Yes, I'll do my best. If there's something you would like in particular, please let me know.
Ah, Yukika's smile, how nice. What on earth just happened? By the time I realized what was going on, I had been thrown into the alleyway. What?
Be quiet. They're here. They're here.
What in the world happened? Makidera throws me back into the wall and clings against the corner.
Oh, if it isn't Saber and Saigusa-san too? Hello. Good afternoon, Tosaka-san.
Welcome back, Rin. Did Miss Osaka come over? I can tell because of the different tone of voice. Miss Saber is calm, but Yukika is surprised. And now, even Makidera is in a state of panic, albeit a strange one.
So Saigusa is with you? This is a rare combination. Are you friends?
No, we just met earlier, but are you heading back, Rin?
Are you going out then, Saber?
The way Miss Osaka speaks is quite a bit less formal. Is this how the perfect honor student at school speaks normally? Maki, is Miss Osaka there? No reply. Since it cannot be helped, I move her to the side and peek beyond the corner. As I thought, I see the always elegant Miss Osaka with Yukika, who is in deep awe at the sight of her. Yes, to Shinto with Ayako. Yukika here has been accompanying me, but as for that...
I don't have any business with Mitsuzuri-san. I was just talking with Saber a little. Hey, Saber. Mind accompanying me for a bit? A smile spreads across Miss Osaka's face, as though she was plotting something mischievous. And then, she seems to glance this way. Have we been noticed? Well, even if so, that would not be strange.
No, I'll be heading to Shinto after this, so...
It's fine, isn't it? I have some business to take care of I have some business to take care of. There too, after all. Then I'll stay here. Goodbye, Saber-san and Tosaka-san.
Yukika bows her head and tries to leave. Perhaps she feels uncomfortable? If Miss Osaka and Miss Saber were in such a friendly mood like that around me, I would find it difficult to stick around any longer as well. But suddenly, did Yukika see Tosaka smiling?
Say, would you like to join us as well, Saigusa-san?
What?
The one who gasped was not Yukika, but Makidera. Did Miss Osaka casually invite Yukika as a friend, I wonder? I cannot read her intentions. Moreover, the manner in which she is overruling Miss Saber's intentions concerns me as well.
Did you say I could join you too? That's right, you treated me to lunch, so please let me return the favor. I suppose while returning your lunchbox, I should take the opportunity to treat you to one of my own.
Oh, someone left a comment, what is this game about? Apparently it's about shipping people, but... yeah, actually, man, this story is going to be going for nearly 3 hours now, jeez. I guess next time we do it, I think we'll save the Eclipse stories to the end at this rate, because I don't want the whole stream to be about that.
This is intense.
Yeah.
You really mean it?
Truly, a quite tactful invitation by Miss Osaka. Miss Saber is surprised. There is no mistaking she felt it as well. To be so overbearing in her invitation of Yukika and herself, Miss Osaka's behavior was somehow odd. Rin, is that alright? But my appointment with Ayako...
You want to chat with Saigusa-san too, right, Saber? I like to as well, along with Ayako and Shiro, just for a bit. Well, let's go together. It'll be my treat. There are some things I like to hear. Let's see. Saint Ryuk should be fine. Yes, but I... Her smile is somewhat awkward. Miss Osaka, partly by force, drags Miss Saber away. Yukiko followed them as well, as if being pulled by a magnetic force. They head towards the Shinto-bound bus.
Hey, Yukiko is being taken away.
This is troublesome, but what to do? The behavior from Miss Tosaka is rather peculiar. However, I hesitate to just barge in from the side. Be that as it may, even if Yukiko was reluctant, it seems she was happy to be invited. It'll be rude to interfere. Be it as it may... Or wait, whoops.
Oh.
Whether the situation is favorable or not, the bus...
The hell is Tosaka saying?
Makidera starts running. She runs up to the bus as the door is closing and forcefully wedges herself inside. That Makinoji acting without thinking. An act like that could disrupt traffic. Moreover, what must Miss Osaka and Yukiko be thinking after seeing her board like some kind of bus jacker? While I watch unamazed, the bus rolls away. And only I was left behind. Should I have followed Makidera? Although boarding in the same manner would have been very unsightly indeed. Makidera should be carefully screaming. Cushion confiscation. Oops. Or some such by now. Well now.
To be continued. Final act. Please tell me this one's shorter than the others. We're gonna have to quit before it's over at this rate.
The situation has become complicated once again. I need to sort things out.
We have to change the title of the VOD for this one.
First is Makidera's attachment to Tosaka. It does not merit much concern. My personal opinions aside, Makidera's behavior is easy to understand. Next is the matter of Miss Osaka and Emiya. Miss Osaka's aims may be ambiguous, but her propensity for chaos is clear, and she drags everyone from Miss Mizuzuri to Miss Saber into her messes. However, how far we have to go in solving this problem will depend on those two intentions. Though I am indeed only a curious spectator, it is interesting nonetheless. Or nevertheless. That's just a side issue, though. At any rate, the question of Mitsuzuri Ayako's relationship. That is the real challenge. So far, our efforts have been fruitless. Given the situation, wouldn't it be more appropriate to think that Miss Mitsuzuri does not have a partner? Let's assume that is so. In that case, could her suspicious behavior in April mean? It can't be helped. I cannot divine every detail and mystery simply by kicking back and watching. In any case, as if all the relevant parties are in Shinto, there is no choice but to head there. Was it Saint Ryuk? The shop Miss Tosaka went to was... Sensing someone next to me at the bus stop, I look up. It's a tall male student wearing the Homurahara uniform.
Pardon me, senpai.
How do you do? If I'm not mistaken, you're Mitsuzuri's younger brother, Minori-kun, right? Our first meeting, was it at the archery club? I think I remember seeing him there. Still, this is the first time we have spoken. We're 2 years apart after all, and in completely different clubs.
Hello, it's nice out today, isn't it?
We make idle small talk. Makidera said he was gruff, but on the contrary, he seems even easier to deal with than Emiya. Since Mitsuzuri's brother is from a martial artist lineage, perhaps he tempers his personality in a similar way. A peculiar conversation partner to have right now. Should I try asking him? Assuming the brother is ignorant, I may have to rule out obtaining the subject's identity straight away. But if Miss Mitsuzuri's partner happens to be someone outside of the school, her brother might be the only one who knows anything. Minori-kun, do you mind if I ask you a question?
Eh?
I am Himuro Kane, a 3rd year. You can call me Himuro.
I couldn't do that. Well, I have no problem answering your question, though.
He seems to be polite to his upperclassmen as I thought. Relieved, I press on. Is your sister, Miss Mitsuzuri Ayako, dating anyone?
Didn't she ask this already?
Not to the brother.
I thought he was there when they asked Sakura.
Nah, for the brother... They were like, you know what? He's the brother, he probably wouldn't be interested.
You mean Nei-chan?
Gender's unimportant, but please tell me what you know.
Wait, what do you mean gender isn't important?
He is stunned into silence, of course. Anyone would react similarly if asked that out of the blue. Perhaps I had better say something to soften the blow. I do not blame you for not knowing, actually. It's natural that you wouldn't know.
Oh, well, that's...
He certainly looks terribly troubled. However, I have a feeling he isn't terribly sorry for not knowing. Right. It must be rude of me to bring this up during our first meeting. I apologize.
Nei-chan's boyfriend. That's nonsense.
He mumbles. Just what exactly does he know? As I fix him with a stare, he retreats back, quite suspicious. Do you know anything about it?
As if I could tell you.
So you do know something.
Ugh, well, I don't want to embarrass Nei-chan anymore. I mean, I've got my own problems to worry about.
He turns away quickly, as if to indicate the conversation is over. Perhaps he thought acting angry would deter me, but nice people are not good at being mean. Kid, he might as well be confessing to being a material witness. No doubt about it, he knows something. He has his own problems. Is Mitsuzuri's brother also having love troubles? Naturally, people like me, that are always pursuing rumors of another's love affair, are wicked. However, there is reason for wicked to be wicked.
Kimura-senpai, are you going to Shinto as well?
That's right, my friends are there. By some twist of fate, we have all gotten mixed up in Emiya and Miss Hosaka's shenanigans.
Oh, him.
Oh? Mitsuzuri's brother is being uncharacteristically brusque towards an upperclassman. Might Emiya and this boy be in a quarrel? I would think their only interaction would be through the archery club. No, think. There has to be something else. Mitsuzuri's brother holds an important clue, but I also cannot neglect the problem of Miss Hosaka and Emiya. This could end up as, he who runs after two hares will catch neither. Let's see, what now? Tosaka and Makideta's group have already reached their destination, and this bus is sufficiently delayed. I am quite uneasy about the state of things, how the state of things will be when we arrive. But I cannot help but wonder about Misuzuri's brother. There is no telling what he might know. It's finally here. I hope I'm not too late.
Seems like you have your own share of trouble, Himuro-senpai.
Now to board the bus. I hear hurried footsteps closing in. I calmly turn around and... We can still make it in time, Sakura.
Ryder, slow down a little.
Katsumato.
Misuzuri's brother's tone completely changes. A beautiful, wide-eyed, long-haired woman runs inside. She is on par with Miss Saber. No, as a woman, she is clearly more developed. Despite her glasses and somewhat unfashionable clothing, she is more than frighteningly beautiful. She is more than beautiful enough to compensate. Almost frighteningly so. A brief glance from her sends chills running down my spine. What a mysterious sensation. Ryder? Could that be the name of the woman I had heard about from Yudo and Fujimura-sensei? Being pulled by the hand is Mato Sakura, second year. Miss Mato immediately recognizes me, or rather, Misuzuri's brother, and smiles broadly.
Ah, Minori-kun.
It'll be fine. There's still time, Captain.
Thank you very much, Minori.
I like how she's just hiding behind there and just watching.
Yeah.
Miss Ryder and Misuzuri's brother hold the door open while Miss Mato boards. And now Misuzuri's brother is going out of his way to behave gallantly. I remember now. Misuzuri's brother was interested in Mato-san, wasn't he? That would explain his attitude towards Emiya. How very interesting. This too is juicy material indeed. Oh ho. My lips unconsciously break into a smile. But if I keep grinning like an idiot, I will miss the bus. I follow Misuzuri's brother on board. Unintentionally, I let a stifled laugh slip out right behind him.
What is it, Himuro-senpai?
Nothing. As the bus rolls along, my suspicions harden to conviction. While Miss Mato courteously greets her underclassmen, he can't take his eyes off of her. The boy might be trying to hide it, but his interest is clear as day. Really, the problem is that Miss Mato is oblivious to it all. As the club captain thanks and compliments him with innocent warmth, Misuzuri's brother is virtually paralyzed with joy and anxiety. It is budding love, as the saying goes. Sandalwood is fragrant, even as a sprout. The best ones start young. That is why it's interesting. While speaking to myself, that beautiful Miss Ryder stands across from me. For some reason, we both observe Miss Mato and Misuzuri's brother. The sense of caution between us seems to have vanished. Is it because we have a similar style? That can't be it. Though it seems more like watching this is resulting in anxiety for her. I wonder about the relationship between Miss Ryder and Miss Mato. Is she something like a tutor or a maidservant? Perhaps some kind of personal secretary? Whatever the case, it smacks some kind of supervisory role. Do you find it interesting, Kane? You are familiar with my name? But of course, I cannot help but be amused by the expressions on Mitsuzuri's brother's face. I am worried about Sakura, though I don't feel that Minori is a bad person. Physically, she's utterly gorgeous, but now that we have spoken, it seems she lacks some confidence. Or rather, just from her attitudes, one would not immediately assume I was the younger one. Though I don't know her age, I would say older than 20 but under 30. I find the two of them quite charming. Is that so? Mitsuzuri's brother and Miss Mato are walking several steps ahead of us. Perking up my ears, I try to make out their conversation. Aren't you going to be our new rookie in the fall tournament, Minori-kun?
That's right, Captain. I'll do my best for the club and my seniors.
Minori-kun, you've improvised more quickly than anyone else. You've improved more quickly than anyone else. You're definitely Mitsuzuri-senpai's brother.
That's very kind of you, Captain, but I'm still not as skilled as you or my sister. So, where are you headed, Captain?
Ryder and I are going shopping. Are you going out for something as well, Minori-kun?
No, I'm just hanging out.
The kid is sure trying hard. It makes me want to run over and jump in. Now, hold on. Himuro Kane. It's all fun and games, but aren't you forgetting about the matter of Tosaka and Emiya? It would be regrettable to let them get away, but let's prioritize this first.
It's hurt.
Sorry, my dad opened the door.
Oh.
Mitsuzuri's younger brother. Yeah, you.
What do you want, Himuro-senpai?
His mood is slightly sour, as if I had interrupted by calling his name just when it was getting good. If I had not said anything to you, you would have been stuck there forever. I want to tell him, but I withhold such frank advice.
There's some ulterior motive, right? So what do you want in with such an evil-bearing grin?
How rude. I was merely smiling with satisfaction at the seeds I had planted. Why, you shouldn't work yourself so hard, boy. It's a bit rude to talk down to him when there are only 2 years between us, but there isn't a more fitting tone for this conversation. Mitsuzuri's brother is openly startled by my calling him a boy.
I'm not pushing myself for anything. I'm just being normal.
Blissful ignorance is perhaps the happiest period of human life. Ah, beautiful youth, truly. It is a thing to be envied.
Himuro-senpai, to be honest, you're starting to irritate me.
His gaze matches his biting words. He is truly Mitsuzuri, as sharp as a sword, but you are not experienced enough that I cannot see right through your bluff. Clearing my throat, I lower my voice so Miss Mato and Miss Ryder wouldn't hear. My apologies, you see. I'm just concerned. Feel free to come with me with your love troubles. After all, you want to get closer to Captain Mato, right?
Why are you suddenly...
As Mitsuzuri's brother is about to start shouting without regard for his surroundings, I quickly place a finger on his mouth to silence him. Look, if you do something like that... The clueless Miss Mato and the ever-distressed Miss Ryder are in stark contrast against each other. Well, if Miss Mato were behaving in such a fashion intentionally,
She would be quite the wicked woman, frighteningly so in fact. So, on the count of 10, when finally he calmed down, I removed my finger. Don't raise your voice. If they hear you, it'll be your loss.
I misunderstood. Why are you interested in my love problems?
So, the person in question has yet to notice? That must be nice to taste the bittersweet honey of youthful love.
That's not a nice hobby, Himuro-senpai. Taking pleasure in people's private affairs is something that foul-mouthed grannies do.
He is not taking what I said lightly. Can't you at least call me an old maid or an elderly spinster?
Nei-chan will totally kill me if I talk, using her bare gauntlet against my naked face.
I won't sympathize with Miss Mizuzuri just this once. At any rate, I want to try meddling in various things as your senpai, Mizuzuri's brother. It may be unwelcome assistance, but unwelcome assistance is a spice of life. I would even become a nun if I got to spend time giving simple and sharp unwelcome assistance. Actually, there may never be a time when a nun's assistance is unwelcome. Well then, I have heard your love troubles. Thankfully, you get to reciprocate by cooperating with my own love troubles.
I'm trying to say I don't really have any troubles. Wait, senpai, you wouldn't...
If you don't help me, I will expose you. Do you think I would threaten you like that? It cannot be helped if he thinks that. For me to do such a thing, I would have become a cruel woman. I thought Mizuzuri's brother would be furious, but instead, he is gritting his teeth and groaning. Have peace of mind. I won't engage in such cowardly behavior. It is just that I want to hear more about my junior sister.
I already told you I don't know. That kind of stuff. It's better if you ask Nei-san directly. She is the kind of person who would answer any question.
Even so, you have not told me a thing, not even a clue to begin with. While we were walking, talking, and so on, those ahead of us were glancing back in our direction.
Hey, Himuro-senpai. Oh, no, never mind. Yeah,
Hey,
Sakura.
Himuro-senpai? What were you talking about with Minori-kun?
It is better if you do not hear, Sakura.
Those two get on well together. I had no idea.
And so on as I feign ignorance to the other party's conversation as it enters my ears. Our relationship is not necessarily good. I just toy with him one-sidedly. However good it may be, I don't intend to play with him forever. Makidera and Yukika, in addition to the goal of Miss Tosaka, remain. I could get cold-blooded frigidity if the two people remain. I feel mad enough to scream. Nearly drenching him in spittle, at the right moment, I change course. Mizuzuri's brother, just think of it as being caught by the bad witch and give up.
Jeez, what's with that? Both you and Nei-chan aren't cute at all. Why can't you be as graceful as Captain Mato?
Oh, she's that good, huh? She is, I see now.
Ah, Emiya-senpai.
Everyone turns around at Miss Mato's voice. Emmy is here? With this, I will save the trouble of searching for him, I thought, but...
Ah, Sakura. Rider as well?
Hello, Sakura. Are the two of you going out?
Sakura and Ryder, what a coincidence. How? It's not just Emiya, Miss Osaka, and Miss Saber are here with him too. Those three being here, what kind of magic is this? What had happened to Yukika, Miss Misuzuri, who should have been with her, and the meddlesome Makidera? What happened in this short period is beyond the realm of comprehension. Moreover, Emi and Tosaka, who are supposed to be in the middle of a dispute, seem completely friendly with each other.
Saber-san, were you together with Senpai too?
Taiga was making an uproar outside. A lot of things happened.
But it would be weird if Fujimura-sensei wasn't like that, you know?
Don't tell me the Fujine disturbed the neighbors again.
Everyone from the Emiya residence are engaged in a thoroughly calm conversation with each other. Misuzuri's brother, Miss Ryder, and I are not able to join in their circle. I took a quick side glance and noticed Misuzuri's brother's cheeks stiffen. That's right, he must be self-aware that Emiya called her without any honorific. Ah well, it's the same as always, senpai. To quiet down Fujimura-sensei, Shiro will have to stop her with his own body, right?
That is misleading, Rin.
But both senpai and Nessan, jeez.
Nessan? Did I hear wrong? Why did Miss Mato call Miss Osaka Nessan? But more importantly, I am concerned about the words Miss Mato was about to say. That's right, Miss Mato and Miss Saber should know more than me about the circumstances of the discord between Emi and Miss Tosaka. It was resolved so clearly.
That is correct, Rin.
Yesterday, even I had poor judgment.
Sorry, Saber and Sakura.
The same thing as always, but this time it really was troublesome. Look, even Himuro-san is really interested in it.
I cringe when she mentions my name. The incident at the roof, and so on, and also on the road. Does this mean she knew?
Ah, Himuro-san. You were with Sakura?
A lot happened. Misuzuri's younger brother is also accompanying us. I thought Yukika and Maki were together, but do you happen to know where they are? I want to hear a lot more, but those two are my priority. Moreover, I hope that Miss Misuzuri is also... If you mean those two, we parted from them at the cafe, but...
Really, if only Shiro could have just explained it a little bit, that incident wouldn't have happened. Please reflect on that little.
I know it was bad, but it was also yours. It was my bad, but it was also yours, Tosaka. Didn't we decide this time that we were both at fault?
Nessa and I sometimes have a quarrel, so please, senpai, don't get so worked up about it.
Miss Mato seems to be trying to mediate with an amiable speech. However, this girl's addressing Emi again. I'm sure he's at his limit. To my side, an ominous feeling is swelling up.
Wait. Oh. Okay. Well, aren't you quite the popular one? What's going through your mind? Mitsuzuri's brother? Minori, isn't it? I don't care what you call me. I just want you to explain what that was all about.
Mitsuzuri's brother seemed to be extremely enraged. It's only natural. There is a circumstance of the three women that follow Emmy around. If I were a man, I would want to say something to ridicule him, even without malice. If Maki Deta were here, I guess Emmy would be hugging the dirt with just one kick of hers. I never understand how Emmy is so oblivious to this. It's maddening.
What do you want to hear? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm in awe. You don't even understand unless someone explains it to you. There's a limit to how ignorant you can be.
Minori-kun? The mood was turning gloomy because of Emmy and Mitsuzuri's brother. Miss Mato was shocked. Somehow that anxiety also reached Miss Ryder. Miss Osaka and Miss Saber don't grasp the situation we are in. That means... Dear me. Somehow or other, I'm the only one that can do something about this here. Is that it? Although I dislike being reckless, if I'm going to be, then I should go all out with somewhat extreme measures. Let's go, Mitsuzuri's brother.
This has to be a cultural thing, like the reason they keep referring to him as her brother.
Nah, I think it's just a thing where it's like, I know I have that issue. Like, even if it's a friend, sibling, I don't usually call them by their name. I'm like, oh, it's so-and-so's bro. Nice to see you.
I suddenly hug his arm into my chest. Though I did not intend to press against him, it happens anyway. Judging from my figure, it cannot be helped physically.
Like how they actually drew that with her hooking her arm.
As expected, Mitsuzuri's brother with an earth-shattering force.
Himuro-senpai.
I said let's go. You're acting quite shameful today. I will also listen to your worries. For now, have more self-control.
Oh, senpai? Mitsuzuri-kun, you were in that kind of relationship with Himuro-senpai?
Miss Mato, his feelings for you are leaving a trauma in the heart of this boy that cannot be healed. Off to the side, Ryder bows her head to me modestly. She seems to understand my intent. Moreover, though I made Emiya's opponent disappear to somewhere else, is he grateful?
Himuro, by any chance, did you confess your feelings?
Not really. Catching him is for my own practical needs. Aside from that... It seems you have reconciled with Miss Osaka.
That doesn't mean everything is worked out. Anyway, with so many bothersome people around, I'm doing well enough despite some rough patches.
Is he scolding Miss Mitsuzuri, Miss Saber, or myself? I am not even a volunteer, just an observer with bad taste.
Now then, so could I be a slightly bothersome person?
Which means...
Himuro-san, you seem to want to know about Ayako even more than me.
Did she see through me? No, there was never a time when it could have found its way to her ears even once. Was Miss Osaka also monitoring our behavior?
Don't look like that. It's because I was surprised to hear about Ayako's dating from Sakura. And so after being asked repeatedly by Sakura, I was asked about that by you all.
I see. I did not predict that the story would be transmitted through the relationship of Miss Osaka and Miss Mato. that's the case, she would have known since yesterday. Miss Osaka tells me with a smiling face and a fearless laugh. Ask Ayako about the wager in April. That should clear up any doubts.
Wait, Tosaka-senpai. You promised to keep that a secret.
This is important testimony. A bet in April connected with Tosaka, Emiya, and the Mitsuzuri siblings. This is a big leap. I am getting closer to the truth of the Mitsuzuri case all in one stroke. Is that alright for you to just leak out such a thing?
But Ayako is innocent, so there shouldn't be anything to hide, don't you think? Ah, Minori-kun, do you think it will be interesting this time as well?
After seeing Miss Tosaka now, I am dubious about the supposedly flawless honor student. Oh my, Miss Mato is smiling while Emiya makes a troubled sigh. Those around Emiya are also exceedingly suspicious. If I have just completed the first stage, should I continue and investigate? Still, I should focus on the issue of Mitsuzuri instead, which has finally entered its last stage.
Ah, that was a disaster for Minori too, wasn't it? Yeah. Like you can talk, I definitely don't want to hear that from you.
Mitsuzuri's brother, calm down. Shall this Himuro Kane listen to your troubles? Slowly and carefully. For now, the priority is to pull him away. Even as far as a seaside park?
That's enough, right? Himuro-senpai, please let go already.
No. I won't hear it. Just go with it. Give up and accept that you got caught by the Wicked Witch. For now, I will respect your dignity and not violate you.
Yeah, I object. That's unreasonable. Really, you're just like Nei-chan.
Miss Mitsuzuri, what on earth have you done to your brother? An older sister like Yukika being adored by her younger brothers is rare. How sad. Well then, I first have to silence his panic before taking him.
What are you thinking, stupid Himuro-senpai?
You should obediently listen up. Treat it as a rehearsal for the future. The autumn sun falls early and the park is already dyed with the night's colors. Even to walk arm in arm with Mitsuzuri's brother on a night like this might be something. Well, I should calm down and talk to him around here.
Ah, Kane-chan.
I was held back at the sound of my dear given name. At that soft voice, strength leaves my shoulders. Ah, Yukika. I was about to say sorry for keeping you waiting, but...
Eh? Minori-kun and Kane-chan are linking arms?
This is to expedite his abduction, but it doesn't mean anything.
Then please release me, Himuro-senpai. I'll be obedient if it means not being subjected to this treatment.
I release his arm as he steps back, completely red in the face. Is the comfort of my chest that bad? It's somehow regrettable.
Good evening, Saigusa-senpai.
Good evening, Minori-kun. It's the first time I've seen you with Kane-chan, isn't it?
Mitsuzuri's brother is greeted by Yukika. The eldest, as usual, with some expectations, and with some exceptions, is polite. The education of her parents shines through. Then I apologize to Yukika again. Sorry for not coming with you, Yukika.
No, that's alright. I was treated to tea by Tosaka-san. I'm even going to have lunch with them tomorrow. Plus, it was good that Tosaka-san and Emiya-kun were able to make up.
Yukika smiled softly. Ah, it was worth coming here for this smile. Well then, that would mean that Makidera should be around here too. How was Maki?
Well, you see... Come here a little, Kane-chan. Being together with Mitsuzuri-san has been difficult.
So our talk is over? I'm going home then.
I had already foreseen that. I firmly caught his arm as he was getting away. And then I hold it in the original position. Like this, he cannot escape quickly.
Gah.
Now, Mitsuzuri's brother. The fact is that there is an older sister even back at your house. Even if you meet here, and the details probably won't change.
Wow, Kane-chan is bold.
I get it. Enough already. But Hiro-senpai, actually, Captain Mato and...
Wait. Is there a good match?
Yukiko curiously tilts her head.
Well, some things are better left unsaid.
Idiot!
We're not here for your convenience. At the park bridge, there are two women bellowing towards the sea. One is the usual Makidera, the other is Miss Mitsuzuri. The relationship was bound to be bad, and yet, howling at the sea, they seem to be getting along. The beach's setting sun seems to suit them.
Emiya, you're a complete jerk!
Don't make other people worry while you reconcile with others, as you please.
I'm the only one who could use Tosaka.
I regret feeling worried. This is why I hate stupid couples! It's hard to call out to them when they are... like this. I pull Yukiko's sleeve, searching subtly for an explanation.
Were they
like this the entire way?
Both of them kept silent for a while at the cafe, but this came unexpectedly when we got here.
Judging from their state, I can imagine the scene displayed by Emi and Miss Tosaka. Fighting as they please, dragging in those around them as they please, reconciling as they please. If a person attempts to mediate in the situation, it would be enough to exasperate them. Then, I guess Makidera regrets not being able to kill two birds with one stone. I give my condolences. Makidera will also have her long-awaited favorable turn of fortune someday.
Chan, what are you doing?
Minori, what are you doing here?
You've been like that for quite a while, Nei-chan. Father and Mother should give you a sermon if they we give you a sermon if they see this, acting disgraceful.
You're able to speak up like an adult now. Big sister is proud.
Yeah, well, what I'm trying to say, Nei-chan.
The brother-sister relationship between these two is quite amusing. It's not that I was absorbed in observing or anything, just that the Mitsuzuri siblings are gathered, and the opportunity of a lifetime is in front of my eyes. Did even Makidera become aware of the existence of this? I turn around with an exhausted expression.
Yo, Himuro, aren't you a bit late getting here? Everything's already over. It was fun.
I do somewhat regret that, though one major issue still remains. Miss Mitsuzuri. At the mention of her name, I turn around to face both siblings.
Himuro-senpai is interested in who Neichan is dating.
Huh? Why that? Don't tell me even Makidera wants to know.
I'm a little interested. Sorry.
Yukika attempts an apology. There is no need to apologize. If she apologizes anyway, I will commit seppuku, and Makidera will handle my decapitation. But Makidera pays no attention to the mood and begins to speak.
Someone here... somehow the candidate keeps changing. The first is probably Shinji.
Ew. Even from you, that's a harsh joke. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Miss Mitsuzuri, stop putting a murderous intent into such a smile, seriously.
The next is Ryuro-kun. After that is, Emiya-kun.
Heh, Neichan, stop it. If you have to call that guy something like brother... If I have to call that guy something like brother-in-law, I'll run away from home.
Mitsuzuri's brother is seriously displeased with candidate Emiya. Moreover, at the mention of the lineup of Shinji, Ryudo, and Emiya, her expression became uneasy. If these were my choices for a significant other as well, I would be, in all honesty, annoyed. You should do it if you can, Minori. But Emiya is nowhere near the line, yeah. The next was Miss Saber. It turned out to be an odd selection. Saber-san, well, that might be pretty good. Mitsuzuri laughed. I wonder if she's taking this seriously. I'm not sure about going as far as dating each other, but if it was just sharing an apartment together, I think Saber would gladly agree to it. Ah yes, the meme, and they were roommates! And my thoughts strayed, but back to the main topic. There's been a flood of candidates so far, but not enough conclusive evidence for any of them. But by how suspiciously you were acting in April, I thought you were deep in a relationship. Well, that was the reasoning, at least. With my arms folded, I contemplate from where to launch my offensive against Miss Mitsuzuri and her brother. Those two possess the information to solve everything. Their numerous actions and behavior should reveal it. And then there is Miss Tosaka's information. A bet in April. What did Mitsuzuri bet on? It was probably won by Miss Tosaka, Those present there were Miss Tosaka, Miss Mitsuzuri, Mitsuzuri's brother, and then Emiya. Furthermore, Miss Tosaka and Emiya have that relationship. If it is directly connected with the bet, then maybe. However, it is said that words that remain unsaid bring about disaster and shame. In April, that can't be.
Even if you say you're forgiven, I won't forgive you if you say anything, Neichan.
What was that, Mitsuzuri's brother?
No, then Mitsuzuri, you were saying something?
Makidera's instinct and intuition are on full alert. That's right, Miss Mizuzuri referred to something that must give her brother the great shame.
What was that, Makidera? You trying to pick a fight too? You can't just dodge the issue. Himuro, doesn't it seem like Mizuzuri did something interesting?
What's interesting is that bet between Miss Tosaka and Miss Mizuzuri that seems to be at the heart of the matter. A bit more, the missing piece will be connected. The results arrive from losing the wager. Becoming irritated, Mizuzuri's brother grumbles while kicking at the pebbles under his feet.
I mean, why did it have to be Neichan's boyfriend? Did I have to be Neichan's boyfriend?
What? Idiot! You're an idiot, Minori. Mizuzuri was in such an abnormal relationship?
Oh.
Makidera is stunned. That cannot be it. Impossible. If it really is a younger brother in this case, it's not a shame, it's a scandal. Like hell I am. Thank goodness, I was worried a little just now. I said a boyfriend. It connected. Mizuzuri introduced her real brother to Tosaka and lied that he was her boyfriend. As a result, she felt very embarrassed. In that case, the subject of the bet is obvious. It also naturally clears up the matter of Mizuzuri's boyfriend. Oh. Miss Mizuzuri. It was a bet with Miss Tosaka over who would find a significant other. It can't be. Have you heard the whole story from Tosaka? No, just the wager that was made. I mean, no, just that a wager was made. But it was simple to deduce from your brother's behavior. So, as not to lose, we took your brother. Perhaps, rather than dressed as usual, he may have pretended to be someone else with a disguise. In that case, all of his actions make sense. However, to say nothing of being humiliated, such an imitation is like digging a huge grave large enough to bury the pyramids. Also convinced of this, Mizuzuri's brother fumbles for the right words. It's not like Miss Mizuzuri. It was a foolish move brought forth by panic. Miss Tosaka looked as well and had not found anything to date. Then April came and Emiya turned into a candidate. Therefore, from the bet that you thought was an even footing, panic in the face of certain defeat was born. We seem to have misunderstood her behavior.
That means Mizuzuri-san was not starting a relationship at that time. You frantically sought someone to go out with at the last moment. No, there's something to deceive your opponent with. So your arrow breaks and your sword is of no use.
That's
that's pretty much it. You got it, senpais.
Phew. Earlier, Mizuzuri's brother was the first to fall. He met his sister's blaming gaze with a resentful look of his own.
Wait. Oh, what is that her saying? It sounded like Tosaka senpai, but even being laughed at by that guy, it's too much to take.
You're wrong, Minori. That was some good experience, wasn't it?
What a terrible big sister you are. Even if he's my arch enemy, he's still not the kind of guy that would go so far as to use such means.
Mizuzuri-san, he didn't want to lose that badly.
Makidera's at her wit's end. Is she that shocked by Mizuzuri? The guts to not give up, even when pressed to the edge, is something to be admired, but the collateral damage is immense. Aha! I laugh and smile to see Mizuzuri at the final stage. So then, Miss Mizuzuri, Ayako, are you with anyone else right now? Or anyone else now? Damn it, I'm not dating anyone. Just where and why on earth did such a talk about me dating a guy start? Isn't it plain obvious that I'm not? Mizuzuri Ayako falls. Every riddle that has been solved. Ah, the pleasure of a detective putting pieces together with reasoning. It's pleasant enough to make me tremble. Shivering from and immersed with the joy running down my spine, Miss Mizuzuri's sulking voice seems far away. Himuro, why did you even want to know something like that? I don't know. How do I respond? This is difficult. Besides, if you wanted to know that, wouldn't it have been better to talk to me directly?
But it would have been difficult to ask you directly, and I wonder if you wouldn't have hid it from a normal acquaintance, among other things.
So I've dug up some interesting material like the bed in April. Well, Mitsuzuri, you were doing something stupid to Tosaka. Awful, terrible, what a disgrace.
Makidera howls out a laugh so loud that it's difficult to think of her as a girl. Even though she is my friend, she is still the worst.
No, well done, Himuro. Spectacular victory. An exceptional set of 5 floor cushions for you.
Such lavish rewards. Her abusiveness is also in top condition. Makidera has a grasp on an astonishing weakness of a rival standing between her and Miss Tosaka. By simply hinting at it, there is no doubt Makidera can have the upper hand for the time being.
Hey, no boyfriend, old maid, the clothes make the man. Just as every course tea tastes good when fresh, even homely girls look beautiful at their peak of their youth.
She is still not given the full story, Makinoji. You want to speak, Makidera? Don't you not have a boyfriend either? But that's just it. Tosaka didn't even win that bet. Emiya's Emiya, jeez, following after Tosaka. Miss Mizuzuri barks back bitterly, certainly, because the relationship of Emiya and Miss Tosaka doesn't make a pretty picture. However, I look at the current Emiya as well. It is not clear just who exactly he is dating. For Miss Mizuzuri to protest like that the bet had no victor has some truth.
But that Nei-chan doesn't have a boyfriend. But that Nei-chan still doesn't have a boyfriend, it still hasn't changed.
Minori? Since you're talking about me so impudently, should I go tell Mato various things about you?
But that's dirty. It's because you're like this that you haven't found a man, Nei-chan.
The boy who is troubled by love is still here as well. Including Emiya, there are still many people left on stage for my activities.
Hey, Kane-chan?
What is it, Yukika?
Kane-chan. I guess you've never thought about wanting that kind of relationship with someone?
Timidly, Yukika asks me. I see. So that's what is on her mind? After all, for the last few days, it has been the only topic.
I'm only slightly interested in that kind of thing. So I don't care it off, even if I don't have a boyfriend either.
That's right. Himuro is more of a mystery than Mitsuzuri or Tosaka. What about that?
That's right, that's... I wouldn't mind having one if things work out with my fiancé.
What?
In an instant, all sound vanished from the park this night. For everyone except me, breathing and heartbeats came to a halt as they stared at me. Huh? Was it so unexpected? Then a scream tears through the silence.
Fiance?
What are you saying, Kane-chan?
I don't even know my fiance's face. It was a selfish arrangement made by my parents apparently before I was born. Nevertheless, a cousin or second cousin or man or woman I barely know. I can't believe my parents would even think of making it such an old-fashioned agreement as they please.
That's... Oh.
That's amazing, Himuro. I never knew. Of course, since I have not spoken to him even once up to now. Mitsuzuri's younger brother stood stock still with eyes narrowed to the size of dots, while Makidera, Yukika, and even Miss Mitsuzuri talked amongst each other with their foreheads gathered together. What? Having something secret isn't all that big of a deal, isn't it?
Well then, maybe Kane-chan is interested in love?
Being forbidden from freely associating with her parents. Himuro yearns to love? Wow.
Amazing, Kane-chan. That's really great. Like a manga.
As expected from the daughter of a big shot, a marriage of convenience, Well, even Tosaka wouldn't do something like that.
Huh? Wait a minute. Didn't someone say something awful in the midst of all that confusion just now? I hear you. If you want to whisper, do it more quietly. Makidera slowly slips away from them, and then starts speaking to me.
What's the deal, Himuro? You kept that secret until just now. It's so cold, really, now.
But, Kane-chan, seems like she couldn't tell us since they're complicated family issues.
But Yukichi, couldn't she open up to a close friend about this kind of thing? Even in Himuro's place, the truth is, we would say something about it.
Did you take that seriously just now? Again, the air freezes. Again, the four people in front of my eyes become stiff, as if frozen over and about to crumble in defeat.
No way!
What did you say? Wait a minute, Himuro. Which is it?
Come on, isn't there a proverb that says, the world is made of lies, greed, and love? That's why this fleeting world is interesting. They say love is like an unexpected joke, after all.
Confiscation! I'm taking back all the cushions!
Before falling into panic, Makidera lets out an empty laugh. I show interest in the love affairs of people because there is this kind of joy. A person's love is born and concealed on the entire story is interesting simply because I get to see the unexpected actions of human nature. And furthermore, particularly because of the pleasure from solving the mystery, nothing can stop me.
I don't understand Himuro anymore.
This girl, she's even tougher to crack than Tosaka.
So Kana-chan is still mysterious, just as she was in the past.
Can I go home already, Himuro-senpai?
Mitsuzuri's brother muttered sheepishly. Sweet. He is far too sweet to be the younger brother of that Mitsuzuri. The sister cannot even compare. I pull his arm to my chest harder to keep him from escaping.
Gah.
Oh no, you don't. Your problem has not been resolved yet. Well, I came here in the first place to hear it. Ooh. If that's the case, I'll rely on you. Please take care of Minori's issue. As a sister, I worry about this inexperienced guy in a number of ways as well. The boy's habits are old-fashioned.
Is that Mitsuzuri's little brother? Let's see. Maybe I can help too.
We'll be counting on you from now on, Mitsuzuri-kun.
Thank you, Saegusa-senpai. Nei-chan, don't abandon me!
I like how the only person who calls him by name is Yukika. Everyone else is just like, yep, that's the brother.
Well, what will be the next stage? Again, there'll be another opportunity sooner or later.
Himuro, the love detective. The end. Whew, okay. I was not expecting that to be the entire stream.
That was intense.
Alright, noted. We will save all further Eclipse stories until after we finish the main game. Yeah, so the thing I mentioned before, turns out there's a spin-off manga called Fate School Life that stars these three.
Oh, that's cute.
And there was an anime special that crosses that over with Fate Grand Order.
Oh, nice.
I'll have to see if I can track that down. I think that's technically the only Fate animation I haven't seen.
Discovery.
Yeah. Let's see if we got anything new here. No. Yeah, we don't have time to dive into the main story today, so pick that up next time. Alright, so thanks for watching, everyone. We'll be back next week. We're starting an hour earlier on Saturday. Going to be 10 a.m. instead of 11. Because Misaki's got to leave early. I might stream some Tears of the Kingdom on Tuesday. I don't know if I'm going to have time for it. And we'll be streaming more Fate Grand Order on Friday. Going to wrap up the exhibition quest. Oh, I should know for the people just watching the streams. The final challenge which is a harder version of the original finale from 2019, is going to be an uncommentated video like usual. So that won't be included in the stream. So yeah, I'll see ya.